Okay.
The button has been hit.
Oh, all right. I'm
All
gonna get in
right.
closer
Okay.
with my tub of cheese balls.
Tub of cheese balls, and we got original flavor bugles for this week's
Mm,
obnoxious eating noises.
just
We
gonna.
got bugles and cheese balls.
Oh, those bugles got good. They got good crunch carry.
Yeah, they got a
I feel
really
like these cheese balls are
good
too crispy.
really good crunch characteristic on these bugles. Just
Yeah. It it carries. It's a resonant crunch.
yeah, because they're both like they're crunchy, but then the surface itself or like the material itself is also porous,
Yeah.
and
So it
so it's like you
carries
get a good
along.
crunch, but then it turns into like a soft squishy crunch afterwards.
Yeah, and like because it's got those like multiple air bubbles, it kind of creates multiple echo chambers for the crunch
Yeah.
waves to carry out of your mouth. Oh yeah,
All
right up
right.
in there.
All right. So
Yes.
there's that. Um, we were talking just before the stream started.
No, wait. Hi, I'm back.
Crystal's back. Everybody, say hi. She was here for a bit in the
Hello.
chat last week, helping out with
I just
chat.
didn't have audio. I was here saying heyo.
Yeah. Um, so
Hmm.
Crystal needs to be caught up on the history of this game. We are still suffering our way through Two Human, 2008 hit game, Silicon Knights 2008 hit game Two Human, and so I told her about the lawsuit. She was vaguely aware about the lawsuit, so I was doing a bit of a recap for her. So here's what happened. So in 2008, Two Human comes out, and it does commercially okay. It actually does pretty well. Like I think 700,000 units, which I mean for a video game is actually pretty good. Like in 2008, those were actually pretty good numbers. They weren't Call of Duty numbers, but nothing was doing Call of Duty numbers. That's why they're Call of Duty numbers.
Right.
It's like you got your tier, you got your like Call of Duty and
Madden. Madden.
not even Madden. No, it's like up at the top. It's like Call of Duty and Grand Theft Auto. It's like
Oh,
they're
okay.
your like they're the games that actually sell like 5-6 million units, and then it's like below that is sort of the tier for everything else where it's like okay 1 to 2 million units is pretty good. 500,000 units is a moderate success. These numbers have changed in recent years, like particularly after 2010, as budgets continued to balloon, and now you're at a point where it was like I'm trying to remember if it was the first or the second of the new Tomb Raider games came out, and it sold like 1.5 million units, and the publishers were turning around and being like, no, no good. We might have to scrap it. And it's like, what the hell? And it's like it was just too expensive to make. So they were like, it's underperforming and it's not living up to expectations. So it was the first one. Chat is informing me that it was the first one. That like yeah, it did 1.5 million units, and it was considered a poor performer by Square's standards. That they needed 2 million. Like that was their projection. Is they needed 2 million to keep it going, and I guess it eventually like crawled up there, but it was very weird. Anyway, so Two Human was a moderate hit when it came out, but it got just terrible reviews because, as people saw last week, it is not a very good game. And Silicon Knights, I'm not going to say Denis Dyack because he did it through, so we're just going to talk about the businesses. So it's like Silicon Knights alleges that Epic Games, the excuse me, the developers of Unreal Engine, here's the allegation. So they sued Epic Games, alleging that rather than provide support to Silicon Knights and Epic's other many licensees of the engine, Epic intentionally and wrongfully has used the fees from those licenses to launch its own games to widespread commercial success while simultaneously sabotaging efforts by Silicon Knights and others to develop their own video games. I'm quoting largely from Gamma Sutra's summary here. So the suit goes on to detail a number of specific alleged breaches of contract, particularly related to the delivery of Xbox 360 versions of the Unreal Engine 3 code. Epic's licensing document stated that a functional version of the engine would be available within 6 months of development kits being available. Silicon Knights claims the final development kit for the 360 was released in early September 2005, such that Epic was obligated to release the functional engine for that platform no later than March 2006. The suit continues, however, the deadline came and went without Epic providing Silicon Knights with a functional version of the engine. Indeed, it was not until much later, November 2006, far too late for time and cost-sensitive projects like SK's video games, that Epic ever provided anything resembling working 360 code to its licensees. Even at that belated date, though, Epic did not provide any guidance to licensees in how to implement the code it finally released. So that was the allegation, and now sort of the like key in there is that, you know, obviously in order to make a lawsuit out of it, they can't just be like, oh, well, those guys kind of dicked us over by not giving us the support that we wanted. You know, that's not enough. That's just, it's like, okay, well, they're dicks. Like,
right.
What was the cost of that? You need to establish costs. And so they're saying that it's like, they said that Epic, like, intentionally and willfully was sabotaging licensees while developing their own stuff. And so it was like, oh, well, we've got competing games coming out using the same engine, so we're going to make sure ours look great, and we're going to make sure other people's look terrible so that ours look better by comparison. It's a very weird allegation to make, but that's the allegation that they made. Epic turns around and countersues and says, no, we provided all of the support that we said we would, and the reason you didn't get the support you think you should have is because you're not actually a proper licensee of the game engine. You know, all the patches you thought you were owed, all of this stuff that you thought you were owed, you weren't, because you're not actually using the license you're supposed to for the scope of the games that you're making, so you're in violation of copyright, and we're suing you for violating our copyright.
So they countersued and screwed them big time.
And won big time. So 5 games, so in the aftermath, 5 games were scrapped as a result. So 2 Human, X-Men Destiny were both released games that were developed on the Unreal 3 engine, and they were ordered destroyed. And then there were 3 other games that SK had in like early development. Like, they hadn't even been announced, but they were in development, and the court ordered them destroyed as well. So when it's ordered destroyed, it's like all source code, all gold copies, all master copies, all backups, and any retail copies that are like with basically reasonably obtainable, which essentially just means like, hey, you've got to call up you have to call up vendors and be like, hey, all of your copies of 2 Human and X-Men Destiny, you need to like tear the cover off of them and then throw them in the dumpster, and then we'll repay you for them.
That sounds passingly like, you know, ordering the destruction of basically like IP, like kind of in the sense of like ideas. Like, just because,
sort of,
like, you're making people delete, like, code and stuff like that. Like, it's not like they couldn't have reused some of, like, pieces of things that.
Well, and that's the thing, is it needs to be, it's only the stuff that contains the Unreal code in it that needed to be
Okay.
destroyed. So
So
anything
they
that
could
like an
keep,
artist
things
had,
that weren't fully related, that kind of thing.
yeah. So any art that they had created, any writing that had been done, anything that was truly provably disconnected from the source code. So like like an artist has a sketchbook where they've drawn up concept art, or like the originals of like background paintings and stuff like that, like the PSD files. Like those are demonstrably separated from Epic's code, and so that stuff's all safe. The IP
Right.
was safe, and Silicon Knights or their inheritor. So Denis Dyack still owns all of the IP rights to Human. He just had to like and in theory he could remake the game under a different engine or something. Like there's kind of weird contingencies here. Like he could remake the game and re-release it properly and it would be fine. Like there's no contest over the ownership of the story and the ideas and the IP itself. It's purely the use of the Unreal code that was the question.
That is crazy. That is like the weirdest story, especially because I don't really remember hearing about it.
It was, and the thing to keep in mind, or the reason why it might have like slipped under the radar, and why you kind of needed to be pretty inside baseball to have heard about it, is so the game came out in 2008. The suit didn't resolve, like it wasn't until like 2010 that Epic countersued. It wasn't until 2012 that the countersuit was resolved, and it wasn't until 2014 that the appeal of the countersuit was resolved. So it's like, so this stuff moves slow. So it wasn't, so the game was already 6 years old by the time the judge was like, no, the original ruling stands. You owe $9.4 million and need to destroy
Okay, wait. So
basically any copies you can get.
It was allowed to continue to be sold and be like, I mean, probably not marketed, but like out there while it was in appeals and stuff.
I mean, well, it's in sort of the limbo of like, all right, well, there's an order, but the order is under appeal. Like the thing is that by the time even the first suit was going through, like, you know, you think about 2 years for a video game. Like it's not even, by the time any of this was going through, it was kind of moot point. Like it was a little bit more relevant for X-Men Destiny because that one came out in 2010. But for Too Human, like its shelf life was already basically done anyway by the time this was all happening. So it was kind of moot point.
Games, once that initial hype is over, once that initial push of sales is over, like, yeah, there's certain games that become classics that continue to sell well for like a really long time, but a lot of stuff, like within those first couple years, like it's gonna completely wane off.
Yeah. Like, I mean, in particular, like a year at most is kind of the longest that a video game will stay in, like, you know, prime shelf space. Before it's like, you know, oh, well, you want to find that? Like, maybe we have one copy left in store. Like, they keep just one or two in stock. Otherwise, it's like, nah, then you got to go online to get that, or you need to buy a used copy. Like, you know, I was trying to think of an example. So, the re-release of Dark Souls 2, like, it's for PS4. And I still needed to go, you know, it's a current gen game, and I still needed to go find a used copy because it came out like 2 years ago.
No one's gonna have new ones sitting around in there.
So that's just kind of how. So a lot of it was kind of just like academic. This whole like, it's like, oh well, you need to prove that you've destroyed all of these copies, and it's like, well. Sure, the like 20 copies that are still like new release sitting on shelves in 2010, like all right, whatever. But it was still ordered destroyed, and there was all this other stuff. But so that's sort of the backstory. Now, people who are wondering about the title of this week's stream, I finally got around to watching that Too Human deep dive 01, which you may remember was we found Dyack's tweet, 2Human Deep Dive, hashtag 2Human, hashtag Xbox, hashtag Trinitite, hashtag Ancient Aliens, hashtag Cyclical History. I finally got around to watching.
Hashtags.
I finally got around to watching that video, and it was, I don't want to say disappointing. I was expecting it to be like really out there, but it was just kind of a little bit weird that a video released in 2017 about 2Human sounded so much like what you would expect for like a press tour back in 2008. Like if someone was interviewing Denis Dyack back in 2008, like, all right, tell us about 2Human. Where did the ideas come from? Where's it going? What's it going to be like? How do you feel about it? The sort of, you know, the attitude of like, oh man, yeah, it's a great game. We put a lot of heart and soul into it. We're really trying to get the combat to like flow. Like that's our goal. Is it's always about flow. It's about keeping flow going. You know, it sounds like a promotional video from 2008 until you're like, wait a second, this game came out 9 years ago, dude. Like you can talk about it a little bit more bluntly these days. And, you know, he straight up says at one point, like, it does get a little bit weird when he's like, it's like, yeah, of the things that I would change, I think I would put in more tutorials because a lot of people didn't quite get it. Reviewers in particular were really bad at playing the game. I'm like, no, man, your game's just bad. It's just not very good.
The game itself sucks.
The game itself, like, yeah, these are problems, and they're a lot bigger. You have not digested the problems of what is wrong with this game. And I wish I was kind of actually hoping that there was a little bit more to make fun of in that video. But at the end of the day, like he, aside from a few like oddities about sort of the framing and the tone of it, for the most part, he's actually able to just talk about even the weirder aspects of the game. You know. He's not that crazy true believer. He's just like, yeah, we had this idea about like, you know, cyclical history and like what if ancient Norse mythology was actually just like a previous incarnation of human civilization. Sort of the point at which I guess I deflated it a little bit is he starts telling this whole story about like black glass and how like, you know, nuclear explosions are the only thing hot enough to create black glass.
You
know, he's telling this like it's like, oh man, like it's like atomic bombs are the only thing that can do it. And then I deflated when he's like, now whether or not that's true or not, I don't know, but I mean it was a compelling story hook, so we took it and ran with it. I'm like, God damn it, he's actually like he's just talking about this like a writer. He knows that it's like
Dan, I think we've found the topic for your next mini documentary is the rise and fall of 2Human, the game.
Oh, man. I don't think I could get access to the stuff that I would want to make that one. But yeah, so the video...
I think you could. I think no one cares enough to keep you from it.
At the same time, well, there's that, but there's also the fact that Denis is clearly still passionate enough about this IP that he would probably happily talk about it at length. Because as the title of tonight's stream indicates, so this was actually the like best part about this video, this promotional video, is when he's like, yeah, there's some like, you know, there's kind of some dead ends in the story at the moment, but those will be explained in the rest of the trilogy. And he says it with this certainty, like with this confidence that I'm like, oh, Denis, I have bad news for you about 2Human.
It is dead.
Yeah, you know, but oh, I didn't. Okay, sorry, my Xbox controller shut off. Also, you can see here it's saying open tray. I need to go force the laser to manually recalibrate itself. So I will be right back. I need to go punch my Xbox.
Dan, why, guys? Oh, guys, Dan is gone. If you've never been to a Dan stream before, now's the time when. if
Stupid
Dan is
Xbox.
gone, Crystal answers questions about Dan. So if you have a question about Dan that you've always wondered, it's you. I will tell you the answer to it. Dan, question time! Quick, quick, everybody, quick! I have a question for myself. Why does Dan's avatar look like the fifth Beatle? Is Dan merely human, or in fact too human? Dan is definitely 100% too human. Dan has not attempted to scale Mount Everest. Dan has scaled Mount Everest, along with all the 4,000-foot mountains in the New England area of the United States. Dan's favorite anime is obviously Danime. Oh, how often does he get things stuck in his beard? Oh, basically every time that
All right,
he
let's try this
exits his
again.
home
Come on.
or has a full meal. He's pretty good about not getting snacks in it, but if there's a meal. Dan does dream of electric sheep. He is actually part android. Dan only owns one kind of pant. He just buys them in bulk online and wears the same pant like every day. So Dan is the fifth against. Oh, Dan's
All right,
back,
there we
guys.
go.
Stop.
I
Stop
actually
trying to
kind
hit Dan.
of hurt my hand fake punching the Xbox.
Oh no! Why did you do this?
Hey, it was really funny, and it would have been funnier if it had worked the first time and I didn't need to redo it. But I did need to redo it because it didn't work the first time. I wasn't actually going to punch the Xbox because, as original Xbox 360 owners are aware, it is a fragile little babby, and will shatter into a million pieces. It was not a well built machine. Also, if you so much as breathe hard near it while it's accessing the disc, it will shred the disc into tiny little ribbons. So.
Oh, that's exciting. That's
Yeah.
an old Xbox.
It's yeah.
Is this one of the earlier 360s?
It is, yes. Yes, I think it's within the first year. Now, I have to say, as we're coming in, I look weird. Oh, right. The controls. I'm already trying to use the right stick to control the control the camera, even though I know that does not actually work. Now, one thing I have learned, I did do a bit of research. Beautiful. There we go.
See, with my 360, I was not in the market for purchasing one of the brand new, I wasn't gonna get a PS3, and the one was nowhere near coming out yet. So I upgraded to the last 360 that came out before the whole new series of all the systems. So I have the one where you just gently graze the silvered Xbox logo. It's not actually a button, and it pops open for you and turns on and talks to you. So my 360 is a little less aggressive back at me, unlike yours. Okay, so give me a little rundown on what is
the
happening.
plot. Oh,
yeah, where are you so far?
I don't ask. I would do anything for love, but I won't
chat.
do that.
Everybody chat. I remember something about you trying to tell me that there were something about pauldrons. I remember we keep dying but not really dying. This Valkyrie mech is not letting you die.
Yes.
TJ Chef says you're hunting down Hod because he killed your wife. I'm not sure if that's a name or if you meant God. So wait, so it's God of War, but Norse mythology?
It's Norse mythology, except what if the gods were just cyborgs?
Okay, so it's like Transformers Norse mythology.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So Brock, let's read, says accurately, the genius of the story is it pushes your imagination to create a more fulfilling one.
Oh, Brock. Was Brock the one that was helping you last week when I was in the
Yes.
chat room? Hi,
Yes.
Brock. Thank you for stepping in and helping Dan not continue to lose his voice from con plague.
I'm
You
slowly
guys-
remembering how to actually control this game.
Dan is still slowly losing his voice from con plague. He was hacking up a portion of a lung before he hit the go button this evening. So
It's
just so
okay
you
though.
guys know.
I have drugs.
Apparently, yes.
So, in that video I was talking about, in the video that we were talking about,
Oh, yes.
Dennis does say that he's like, oh, the game is basically a twin stick shooter. I'm like, but it's not a twin stick shooter. Twin stick shooters are good. Also, as you may be able to infer from the name twin stick shooter, a twin stick shooter uses twin sticks. And I need to take this phone call real quick. Hello?
Taylor says he would be okay if I took the lead on speaking because of your conflict. Oh, guys, Dan is on a phone call, which means he's not actually actively listening to us. So it is once again time for Dan questions directed at Crystal. So if you have any questions or things about Dan, I can answer them now while he's still talking to someone on the phone or someone at his house. I don't know. Dan questions. Dan's beard is not CGI. Dan's beard is 100% authentic Canadian grown beard. How did Dan and I meet? Dan and I played in the same guild on World of Warcraft way back in Vanilla WoW. Dan, hot or not? Oh, super hot. I'm really into the Will Shakespeare look. Is Dan secretly a cyborg god? No, but we've previously discussed that he is still part android. He's like a quarter android. How many different shirts does Dan only the only piece of clothing that Dan gives himself any variation in are his shirts. So he actually owns many different shirts. Does Dan like any weird food? Yes, all of the food that he likes is probably a weird food because it's Dan. Dan's favorite flavor of ramen. Oh, Dan's pretty white, and he's also from the north in Canada where they are afraid of spice. So probably just like the regular chicken one. That seems like the white version of the ramen flavor. Dan's favorite Sailor Moon character would probably be Sailor Venus, as one does. Dan does not hate tiny babies. He just likes tiny baby animals more than actual tiny babies. Pretend to be ladies in MMOs for loot, but he does play lady characters in a lot of MMOs so that people won't recognize him as the famous internet personality, the foldable human. Dan is not always a rude jerk who leaves his friends to take phone calls. He may have done this on purpose so that I could answer more questions about Dan. Dan does not have a cough syrup drinking problem. Well, I mean, like, you watch the Suicide Squad editing video and decide that answer for yourself. Dan likes mythology. Dan's really into like classic literature and stuff because he's a dweeb, but he likes newer, terrible things more than he likes classic good things. Oh, hey Dan, are you back? Hi, how are you?
I'm doing all right. Sorry, that was a pressing work call. Like that was an actual. No, I don't want to say emergency, but that was a client that I need to answer. It's like, I can't ignore that one. That one's going to be time sensitive. So
All right, that's acceptable.
So I did
I
do a
think
little bit
everyone
of
forgives
research, and I figured out how the spider abilities actually work and how the timer for them works and how you can tell if they're ready or not. Remember at the end of last week when we were like, what the hell? Because I was looking at the manual, and the manual was saying that it's like, oh, here's your spider ability timer. It's down in the bottom right, but I couldn't see it anywhere. Well, it's only visible when the ability is on cooldown.
Oh, someone says check your skill tree.
Yes, I have skill points available.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to be helpful. So, someone reminded me of the existence of Little Big Planet, and I feel like as the foldable human with a little cardboard robot friend, that like you would also equally appreciate Sackboy. And I think Little Big Planet would be like a legit fun game to stream.
I love Little Big Planet.
Instead of torturing yourself with these every. I think we need to like. I think the ratio should be a legit game for every like 3 terrible franchised or like weird ass 2 humans that you make me sit through. Someone said you're on your way. Henry Forrest says you're on your way to getting the 200 death achievement.
I am on my way to getting that. I thought it was only 100 deaths, but I might be wrong. It might be 200.
So, this conflag has really been.
I am amazed that my combo timer hasn't actually gone up at all. Like, it's counting to 80, like, what, 87, but, oh, there we go. It finally, I need a, like, 90 hit combo just to get one combo charge. That's actually kind of awful.
That's really intense. Like, really intense. What, Oh, so I was telling you before we got going that I was trying to close, like, a lot of tabs so that my computer wouldn't lag out so I could actually talk to you.
Yeah.
And it is because I have about, like, 50 tabs open of different bicycles because I am currently in the city bike market.
Oh, yeah?
And were you ever bicycle rider in the cold, icy towns of Canada from whence you came?
Sorry, you're asking me if I've ever ridden a bicycle?
Well, like a commuter bike, not like just casually around the block.
I mean, I used to bike all the time back in high school.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
This is a piece of Dan Foldy history that I was unaware of. Why don't you tell everybody a little bit about baby Dan and his bicycle riding?
I used to bike a lot during high school.
Beautiful. That's a wonderful, wonderful side story that we just took a journey on together.
I know, right?
Everybody's really excited about this insight into your life.
It was amazing. No, I mean, I don't know how to make the story any more interesting.
Yeah, it's cool. Like no elaboration needed, good sir. What are you picking? Armor?
I'm doing all of my equipment.
Do you buy armor or do you find things and decide what to wear, or do you unlock stuff?
You find things because it's basically Diablo. It's like, so it's Diablo meets Devil May Cry, except it's not good at either of those, and those don't exactly go well together.
Got it.
I've got all these runes. I don't know what to do with these. I should have looked up how these actually, like, work.
Any of the runes?
I mean, I've got tons of them. Like, look at how many I've got. But
The best part about it is, wait, I mean, are you only finding like 5 different runes, or are there only like 5 in the game? Because
I mean, are you talking
TJ
about the fact that there's a
Chef
lot of duplicates?
TJ Chef says you insert them into your charms.
I insert them into my charms.
I don't know if that's legit advice or not.
But I've only got... Okay, I've got one charm.
Okay, so pop that rune in there.
I don't know how.
Well, go to the charm.
Oh,
and then...
X insert.
Ha-ha.
Okay.
Yeah, the fact that you can't figure out how to manipulate your own armor and its abilities just says a lot of good stuff about this game and its UI and its design.
Oh, one of the things that Dyack specifically mentioned in when he's like, "Oh, you know, reviewers were bad at the game." One of the things that he says is that, you know, I'd be looking at their gameplay videos, and like all their armor would be broken, and they didn't even realize that it was broken because they weren't paying attention. I'm like, dude, I can't tell you. I've played like 6 hours of this game. Yeah, and I can't tell you how to tell if my armor is broken or not.
Yep.
And apparently, like, my armor was broken a lot last week. I don't know. Yeah, sure. Insert the rune. Can I insert more runes, or can I only insert one? I can insert 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I can insert basically one of...
Dan, you insert
each.
whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I don't have any B runes.
Ooh.
Melee juggle time. Improved reload speed. Yeah, sure. Reload speed. Let's go with that. Alright.
James asks, did he play test it at all? And I think that is a legit question.
Should I
this
build...
was play tested or just like thrown together?
Should I build a pure Landvatir Staff of Striking? Damage 224.
I don't know, but I like that thing called the Club.
My Pure Spine Hammer of Initiative.
That's called the Club.
Ruiner Tail of the Fire Tongue. You know what? I am going to make this thing just because I'm going to value pure damage over any other stat.
Yeah, let's just
I don't
bash
really
through this
get
as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I don't really get how, like, anything actually works in here. So, here, let's take a look at my armor. Alright, so state 1500. Okay, there we go. So my gauntlets, my gloves are apparently broken.
My
gloves are broken. Now, the rest of these aren't broken because I actually, like, upgraded most of these, but my gloves are broken right now. See, look, it says state 0 out of 1500.
Huh.
I don't know how to repair these without going all the way back to the hub town.
You're not supposed to. You're supposed to just keep wearing a new one, I think.
Well, so it's like, now here's the funny thing. Oh, wait. So these Tech Gauntlets of Hope... Well, what the hell? Okay, so these Tech Gauntlets of Hope have like 10,000 durability. Like, literally 10,000 durability. But these only have 1,500?
Amanda Lynn asks, isn't this game a decade old? It is pretty old, Amanda.
So, It
is like 9
I guess
years,
I'm better off wearing one of these other ones just purely because they're not broken.
Hero of the Beach also says, state is a great and totally not ambiguous term. I agree. Like, durability. I like when people, when they're designing things that are MMO-like or...
Oh, wait, go to
RPG-like.
Aesir? I can just teleport back to the hub town from the menu?
Apparently. So I was saying, I really like when stuff when it tries to differentiate itself from classic UI or classic terms for things by like just renaming things for just shits and giggles. Like, no, we're not going to call it dexterity. We're going to call it agility. No, we're not going to call it dexterity or agility. We're going to call it flexibility.
Flexness. No, it's going to be a made up. It's going to be flexness. It's going to be quickening. Yeah. And it's like, quickening is a real word, but it doesn't mean and what you're using it as.
Yes. So just like that, where it's like the state of your armor. It's like, no, you could have just, you can use durability. Like, just use a term that people already understand, A, what it means, and B, it's already like makes sense.
There's a shared language in the genre. You're just not using it because you want to be different. Now, I just want to say real quick, if other people hadn't pointed out that I have a second skill tree associated with
your alignment.
My alignment, and then I get here, I'm like, if I didn't know that it existed because people were telling me that it existed, I would never figure out that right trigger and left trigger take you back and forth between it, because the indicator is, you see where it says like, so skills alignment LT star, that's my class icon, and then RT is this other one. I understand it now that it's like, oh, these are my two different panels.
But that doesn't look like that means that at all.
No, it doesn't. I only know it means that because I now know that it means that.
It's that same, so when we were talking about swapping out names and stuff, it's that same concept of when we talked about, was it before Avatar or something? When we were talking about the principle of fantasy writing.
Yeah.
If you make up too many words, you're only allowed like so many. Before it's like, okay, stop. Just say the word you mean instead of making up a new capitalized noun.
Yeah. All right. I think we're doing a little more damage now after putting on armor that's not broken. I guess maybe all of my like armor being red, like when it was, because when I logged in, I looked like Deadpool. I was like, oh, I look kind of Deadpoolish, and I guess maybe that was the like indicator, but that doesn't, like, I mean, all of the designs are so illegible anyway that, you know, especially if your pieces are breaking piecemeal over the course of an evening, that it's like you're just kind of slowly turning into Deadpool.
Just slowly.
And you're very slowly turning into Deadpool, and so it's not until you like log back in and you're like, oh, is that what I'm supposed to look like, that maybe you question if your stuff's broken? There's not really a good, you know, conveyance there. Things don't really tell you what they do just by looking at them.
I think this game is a perfect example of all the ways to not use the fact that you can't die to the game's story or playability's advantage. Like,
here's another great thing. So all of these guys all blow up when you shoot them, but if you're targeting something, and okay, that was a bad example because it triggered a cutscene. Here, I'll show you when we come to an enemy again. If you're shooting something and it dies, it doesn't release the target lock.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, that's a bad example because that thing's not taking damage from anything.
Neckerer says slowly turning into Deadpool sounds like a better game, and I have to acknowledge that out loud.
Also, here, just watch this. So, like, I'm trying to move between targets, but if I try to, like, just tap, you know, right in order to switch, none of these are taking any damage from my guns. This is obnoxious. Alright, let's just freeze everybody.
Freeze them all.
Now,
Freeze
is there
them all.
anything... Okay, so we've been fighting these little robo-monkeys, monkey dogs, robo-monkey dogs for hours upon hours now. Is there anything about the designs of these ones in specific that tells you, oh, they're going to be immune to gun?
I'm gonna go with, other than the fact that when you shoot them, the health bar doesn't decline. No. Also, why? What does that mechanic serve?
See, now maybe it's like an elemental immunity, but I don't know what element my gun does. Like, my
Right,
gun, it's
because
just
you
spitting
can't
blue
read the
bullets. It just
UI.
looks like gun. Like, what element of damage is your gun doing? I don't know. Gun? Laser? There's nothing about it that's like, oh, well, you've got a fire pistol. You know, like, here's a great counterexample is that it's like, if you're playing Borderlands and you have a fire gun, you know you have a fire gun.
Yes, like you know what's up. It's very easy to see.
Yeah, there's a big old, like, symbol on your UI that's like, oh, you're using a fire gun, and everything that you shoot with it lights on fire, and the occasional enemy screams, ah, I'm burning. And even then, and this was a thing, like, so this game, we talked before about how this game was coming out around the same time as, like, D&D 4th edition was in development, and so the kind of design trends that go with that,
Right.
and isn't this supposed to be a loot spire? Apparently not. Whatever. You know, that we were very much hitting a phase in design where this idea of, like, blanket immunity, particularly if there's no real good communicator tied to that things just shouldn't be immune. You know, that even a, like, great frost worm, or, you know, shouldn't be immune to frost damage. Frost damage should just do basically no damage to it.
Right.
So the player...
Like, you could eke it down, but...
Yeah. So that it's like, you're
It's
still
not as
technically functional. It's not as effective. It's less effective. It's like perhaps even severely less effective, to the point where it's like, okay, clearly you're going about things poorly. Like, you are communicating to the player that it's like, all right, something is up here because your stuff's not really working, but it doesn't feel like things are broken. So if my gun does, like, no damage to a bunch of enemies just kind of randomly, it's like, oh, well, is something wrong? You know, it's not really communicating. It feels weird that they're immune, rather than just being like, oh, they don't take much damage from that, I should look for another attack that does more damage. It actually makes me think, like, the first thing that my mind goes to is, oh, the target lock is broken or something's in the way.
Right. Yeah, I just...
See, like, look, now this
Things-
guy's just
things being
not
immune-
taking damage from my sword, and I can't tell you why. Like, it's just
being
not.
Immune, yeah, things being immune with no discernible story reason is crap. Like, we've talked about this so many times as far as, like, game design throughout all of these terrible games and what makes them terrible. And one of these through lines that makes games shitty is when things work or don't work for a mechanical reason that is not explained or reasonable within the context of the game's world. And if you can even make that cohesive, it brings your game up several levels.
So, everything here is now just not taking damage.
At all.
At all.
Like, from anything, or just your sword now?
Either? I can't really tell because it's like it doesn't. Oh, also, yeah, the like running away is a huge pain in the ass. Like you can't. Everything is faster than you.
I have to
Everything
tell
is
you
faster than
too
you.
that we've been diddling around for say 15 minutes or so. And also I was here last week in chat, like I could see ya. I could hear ya. None of this game so far has looked any different. Like to the point where it's like Avatar levels of, instead of just blinding green jungle everywhere, it's blinding industrial mech everywhere. Like it just all has blurred together. The enemies haven't looked any different, except for these spider people is the first thing I've seen that looks remotely differently modeled.
Oh man, this encounter design is just brilliant. It's like, okay, we got Spider Lady.
Spider Lady.
I have no way of healing. Like, there's another thing. Okay, so Dungeons and Dragons 4th edition has its problems. Like it's definitely got a lot of bloat. It definitely has a lot of clunkiness, particularly as the game goes on. Like characters get far too complex. But at its core, particularly like the first 10 levels, the underlying design of Dungeons and Dragons 4th edition is really, really solid. Particularly when you want to talk about like various design philosophies. So, the idea that classes should all, to a certain extent, be self-sufficient. Like, that one of the things that should really define a tank...
You shouldn't just run out of something.
Yeah.
So you should always be able to be effective.
To do something.
Yeah, you should always be able to contribute in some way. You shouldn't just be uselessly running behind things.
And now, one of the major things that goes with that is that like characters should have like that self-sustainment should be an integral part of character design. If you're talking about that, it's like, okay, various internal resources, particularly like, okay, health and things like that. I have no way to heal, and the closest thing that I have to a means to heal is occasionally enemies will drop the equivalent of health globes. But not often. And I'm the healer class. I can only heal actively if I have a combo charge. Oh, gee, look at this. I can't... It's like, okay, you got to get them away from her so that she's not just shielding them. And why are there two of these spider things, like, on the same bridge?
Yeah, also, was one of them shooting at the other one through that barrier?
Yeah, I have an ability that like mind controls things.
Okay,
so when I hit things,
I didn't get that at all because there was nothing indicating that it was under your control in the design whatsoever.
There's a very, very delicate particle effect that tells you if they've been,
I see.
So if you want to look at just one of the most brilliant pieces of game design, most elegant pieces of game design from the last decade, a little more than that, it would be D&D 4th Edition's Healing Surge. It is just a brilliantly elegant... Okay, so you see that little glowy effect? That guy is now... mine.
Gotcha. Yeah, Healing Surge is great, and to the point where they have given you the ability to add it back in to 5th edition. As an optional rule.
Sort of. Unfortunately, the people who wrote that module for 5th didn't understand why healing surges actually work. So it's like they're like, here's a way to add it back in, and it's like, this isn't actually the same thing. This is just something that you have called.
Right.
Yeah, this doesn't function the way that healing surges did, and it kind of, from the way that you've written it, it shows that you don't actually know why healing surges
Why
did
they're
what they
great.
did. Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing I liked about 4th,
So like,
especially when it came
Jesus. So you need to use gun to get the shield down. There we go. Oh, God. So, alright, there's my heal. So I used one combo. Alright, here's what I was talking about earlier. Okay, so these little things. So I'm going to just start shooting one. And, alright, it's dead. And I'm still shooting it. I'm still shooting it. My gun is still locked onto it.
Oh,
there we go.
stuck.
My gun finally unlocked because I needed to reload. Alright, shooting this one. Oh, it's dead. Still going. I only unlocked because I got knocked down.
You were being told by Undeed to run, bro. I think you may have missed the part where Dan was saying that you can never outrun any of the enemies because they all run too fast.
Ugh.
Dylan, so wait, what was the healing surge? So healing surge was basically an ability that everybody had a
No, it goes deeper than that. So
What?
healing surges were a health management subsystem. So your health pool is actually divided up into 2 different portions: current and potential. So if you've got, like, you know, so a healing surge is equal to a quarter of your current hit points. Or of your total hit points. So if you have 20 hit points, your surge value is 5. So you actually have, you know, if you have 10 healing surges, let's say, which isn't all that unusual for a tank, then you actually have 50, you actually have 70 hit points, but you only have access to 20 of them at a time.
Yeah, the thing about it that makes it so great is that you didn't need to have a dedicated healer in the party if you were smart about it. And it makes sense that everybody has some kind of, you know, in the way it was explained story-wise, so we're just talking about, you know, how to integrate that, is you either are thinking of it as your character rallying, like pushing forward for just a bit longer, or doing a quick patch up, like apply pressure to the wound for a round, and then you're okay for a little bit longer. And
Yeah, it's all total plot contrivance. Like, it's pure just story, or not story. It's pure just game convenience. Like, it's brilliant. But so one of the great things about it, all right, those I want to keep, but they're broken. Why is it suddenly asking me if I want to sell that? Yeah, sure, whatever.
Magic. It's because magic. Oh.
So what made it great as a mechanic is that it scales inherently with the character, and with various other design decisions that go along with that. So a healing surge for a tank character is inherently more valuable than a healing surge for a wizard because the tank has more hit points. Yes. I don't know why it asks sometimes, but not others. Silver assault cannon of dexterity. Yeah, sure.
TJ Chef says when it's asking you sometimes rather than others, it's because it might be better than what you're currently wearing.
See, I would argue that nothing in this game is actually worth wearing at all. So,
I mean, you do not have any sort of meaningful death mechanic. That's the problem. So, like, if dying doesn't mean anything, then what you're trying to do by creating, like, durability or state of your gear is trying to make up for the fact that you can't die. So you're like, oh, well, you can't die, so we have to punish you some other way. So we're going to do that by breaking your gear. Where, like, that's not an equivalent exchange of how things work. Like punishing you for durability on your gear is not equivalent to a death mechanic.
yeah.
Like making you ineffective, like, you know, removing some of your stat bonuses and stuff by breaking your gear, it does not equal out with you have to go back a little bit because you died and have to go to a save point.
All right, we're back in cyberspace. We have tapped into the world tree.
Oh my god, what the hell is this?
I feel like I did this already.
I'm so confused.
Is it just did I end up going back, or am I, or is it just reusing a thing over again?
I mean, would you be surprised?
No, none of it would be like neither of those would surprise me.
If it sent you back, and also if it
Is just
reused the same
reusing
exact graphics.
Yeah, neither of those would surprise me.
People
Not
are
at all.
excited. I don't know what this is, and I'm being told these are actually the best parts of the game. I've yet to see Greenland.
Because it's like, yeah, like all of the loot spires are used. I think it sent me back. Like when I logged back in, I think it sent me like I'm redoing a chunk of the game. I can't tell because it all looks the same.
Why?
Because I'm pretty sure that this right here is where I was at the end of last week.
Ghost Lancer says, "What game is this?" It is Too Human. It is no, it's just the second half of Too Human. There is no Too Human 2. The joke about the trilogy has to do with an interview. Yes, there's currently no Too Human 2, but maybe someday, if what's-his-face Dyack has his way.
He's like, "Oh,
classic.
it's I want you to look at this game and then just consider the fact that Dyack legit thinks he made a really solid riff on Diablo meets Devil May Cry."
Wow.
That's
Like,
the
he really,
concept,
truly believes
and
in his
he
product, man.
thinks that this is a really solid riff on both Diablo and a Devil May Cry. Now,
Isn't it though?
no, not at all.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like, 'cause so
I thought here we love all the trash that we play.
okay, so going back to this this health management little diatribe that we're on, Devil May Cry, you don't. I mean, I guess you kind of have health, but really what you're doing is you're racking up huge combos, and then that is like self-sustaining, and these combos are like, you know, huge and cool and flashy, and actually also like really kind of technically complicated to pull off. So we kind of have this thing here where it's like, okay, we can do this juggling, but while we're doing that, like we don't have the means to actually like move around at the same time as no do the charge attack. Whereas it, and then Diablo. So Diablo 3, which wasn't out yet, but so Diablo 3 very much uses the, you know, riffs on a lot of the same philosophy that 4th edition was riffing on. So you have, you know, self-contained percentile healing. You've got the health globes, and now they kind of have health globes here, but they drop very, very erratically. And outside of the health globes, you have no means to actually like heal yourself. And I am a character. I am the healer. I am a healer character, and I can't heal. It's amazing.
That's confusing.
So there, I just got like 3 health power-up things in a very short span of time, but then we'll go through like long stretches where I'll see absolutely nothing. And yeah, so if you compare, like if we go back and say it's like, okay, well, Diablo 2, Diablo 2's healing mechanism is potions. Like you have a million potions and you have them all at the touch of a button and you use them constantly, perpetually, always, nonstop. Like if something blinks at you wrong, you hit a potion. And we don't have that here. Diablo 3 merges the two. Like you have a potion, so you have on-demand healing, and if you're a class that has healing abilities, then you also have those on, you know, clear cooldowns. But otherwise it's like health globes and your potion. And they're like, oh, this whole health globe idea that was fresh in 2008, they caught on to that, but they didn't put in the other half of the equation. They didn't put the on-demand thing in. So I can just imagine how like brutal this is to be running around as any of the other classes, and it's just like, oh, I have no means to actually like heal myself. It's like build combos. Come on, do the charge attack. Yeah, there we go.
Someone in chat whose name is Goonie Toon, which I don't know if that's a ref to the Goonies, the classic film of my youth, said, holy shit, can't believe this just popped up. I worked on this game. My first job in the business.
Oh, man.
He was an animator. Goonie Toon! We should get Goonie Toon on the stream. We need to talk to this person.
I feel like there's a whole bunch of really cool stuff that Goonie Toon is not legally allowed to talk about.
Oh, come on. Goonie Toon's not going by their real name. Goonie Toon.
Are you legally allowed to discuss how much are you allowed to say?
And discuss anything about this game.
Look, I'm just getting corner pounded here.
Getting wrecked. Get wrecked.
It's like you gotta dodge. It's like
I'm really into both Goonie Toon's username and also the fact, Goonie Toon, seriously, are you allowed to talk about this game? Would you like to join us for a short chat? We will link you into our voice chat. He said more or less just, or possibly she, my bad. Don't need to assume. More or less just crazy stories about the production of the game. Join us, Goonie Toon.
If you want to, come on, use the spider. There we go. If you do want to join us, Crystal can hook you up with the details.
I don't have a headset or anything right now. GoonieTune, I myself am using the built-in mic on my Chromebook and just a regular set of headphones. So you don't need to have like professional setup or anything. If you have a built-in mic on a laptop or something, we'd love to have you jump on and talk about this game for a few.
Unless you're saying you just straight up like don't have a microphone at the moment.
Yeah,
if
like
you don't have a microphone, you
if
don't have
this is
a
your
microphone.
polite way of declining and like
Also
making
that.
this is also acceptable.
Yeah.
I'm not pressuring. I'm just we can accommodate with whatever means you possess.
Yeah.
Happy to do so. This
But
would be fun.
We are also glad to have you in chat contributing if that's
cool that
what you want to do.
That you saw this. No mic at all. I would have enjoyed it otherwise. Well, perhaps if you can hunt one down in the future, we can have you come on and do a retrospective.
Yeah. I feel like this subject is not going to go super
I worked
out
at
of
SK
fashion.
for over 5 years. Okay, GoonieTune, I am going to... GoonieTune, are you on Twitter? I will link you mine. If you will slide into them DMs and say what's up, we will maybe figure something out for the future. Or maybe you can answer questions
look at
for
this.
Dan
This
and
is me
tell
trying to
stories.
escape. This is me trying to escape. Look, they just walk back up to me.
Oh, GoonieTune's old school. GoonieTune only has LinkedIn. You know, at least your family doesn't have LinkedIn, so you can escape them on LinkedIn. That's smart. That's smart. GoonieTune, I worked on the failed attempted sequel to ED. This is great. Okay. I'm just gonna hit up GoonieTune here for a sec. Talk about how much you're dying.
I'm dying so much. Like I really feel like the core systems designers did not understand. They're like, okay, we want Diablo meets Devil May Cry, and they just really well and truly did not understand what made either of those games work. They also didn't realize that what they're describing is basically Phantasy Star, and they also clearly don't understand what makes Phantasy Star tick either. I kind of wish that I hadn't sold my Dreamcast purely so that we could play some Phantasy Star Online. Yeah, come on, camera.
GoonieTune has a good sense of humor, saying that they see the game come up on so many shit lists online and always gets a good laugh. GoonieTune also says that the death animation, the Baldur's fall to his knees, is GoonieTune's responsibility. I think.
Yeah.
Just give a little round of applause. Completely unsarcastic, but I'm only one person, so it sounds sarcastic.
we have seen that specific animation pretty good amount. I do want to ask you though, like, okay, so where's the second half? All right, I'm probably gonna die here in a bit, but so when Baldur dies, falls to his knees, then the Valkyrie comes down, gets him, brings him up, and then it's just hard cut to Baldur just standing back at the spawn point. There is no like second half to the animation. Like he doesn't like get dropped by the Seraph into position. He doesn't like rise up out of a pool of light or get up off of his knees or anything like. He's just there. He just pops into existence back at the back at the checkpoint. Like, was there internal discussion about that? Like,
Goonie Tune, yes, they knew how long it would take to reload everything, so they didn't want to make it longer than it already was. That's why there's no second part to it.
oh, jeez. So it's as long as it is because it needs to reload. And it was so long that they're like, okay, we can't make it longer. It's already 25 seconds. And they can't have a follow-up. They can't have a complementary animation because the complementary animation would play after everything has already reloaded. And it's like, no, it's been too long. It's already been too long.
People are already too impatient. You just gotta get in there.
I mean, I don't blame them. Like, it's a 25-second death animation.
It's a long death animation.
Yeah, and, you know, now that you've mentioned that, it totally makes sense that it's like, no, the death animation, which, there we go, we're seeing it right now, is as long as it is in order to hide the game reloading the state. But that doesn't make it... Oh, man. Oh, no, that's bad. Because it's only popping me back a little ways, and the game state is basically the same. Like, there's... Everything I was just fighting is still over there. Oh, no. Oh, that's tragic.
Goonie Tune, I need to ask. Do you, and it obviously you don't have to answer this, you know, if it would get you in trouble or anything, but I gotta know. Do you have any secret, sealed, mint condition copies of 2 Human hiding on your bookshelf?
Staring at a 2 Human Trilogy Rise of the Giants poster. Oh, any day now, any day. 2 Human 2.
It's there are mint condition secret privately owned copies. If they're privately owned, that technically doesn't count because
no, that's fine because they were already sold. Yeah. They were already sold. They're fine.
So Goonie Tune has a privately owned mint copy. Wonderful.
Nice. Mine is like third hand. Excuse me.
Well, you've made my night, and I know you've partly made Dan's, even if he's just over there hacking up a lung. This is really
yes,
cool.
No, this is I am very much enjoying
behind
this.
The scenes / a mini cameo.
Oh.
You're the most famous person in the games industry we've had on stream so far. Goonie Tune, so
yes,
you can know that you are the first and the most exciting. I love it. I love it so much. All right. TJ Chef, man, TJ's really up on this game. He knows what's going on. TJ is saying you have a rune again for your charm.
Yes, I have a bay to fill
TJ is making sure.
spot.
TJ's making sure you do not slack on any gear upgrades or missing where the ends of levels and things are. TJ, you have a place of honor in this chat, along with a small handful of other people who actually try to keep us on track in the game while we ramble. And, you know, we need you.
All right, this design here is almost good. Like, this character. Like, okay, he's, you know, his eyes are missing, but he's got this one cybernetic eye that's kind of like offset. Like, there's a design concept in there that's interesting, but it doesn't quite work. It's weird, but I want to say that the like wires that they use for all of the cybernetics in this, like they're too thin. They just don't quite look right.
Indeed is asking why did they make them all white at Goonie, and I was going to reply, I assume it's because Norse. And of course default. And of course it's a decade old, so this was before we cared too strongly about diversity in our games. What are you eating more bugles? You got really quiet.
No, I've moved on to wheat thins.
Oh, wheat thins.
Yeah. I'm leaning back so I'm not just chewing straight into the mic. I'm watching this high drama here. I don't remember who any of these characters are.
I do have to wonder, and it seems like they're attempting that's some kind of like robotic eye thing. But, like, you know, Odin only has the one eye, but if you can upgrade yourself and you're like also a robot and stuff, wouldn't you just fix it? Like, wouldn't you just take care of that? What would be the point of keeping only one eye when you can just handle it?
Wait, who are we? Are we talking to Odin? I thought we were.
No, that's his. Is that Odin saying that he thinks he's Loki, but he's saying I'm not Loki, I'm Balder?
Who are we just talking to? I thought we were talking to Horror. Who? What's going on?
I know, I don't know what's happening.
Come on.
Goonie also worked on the X-Men game.
Come on. Come on, target lock, you piece of garbage. What's the point of being able to freeze enemies if, like, you can't just beat up on them? Yeah, okay, we were talking to Hode.
Okay. I'm sorry people are admonishing me for confusing you about who we were talking to. But really, I wasn't necessarily saying that was Odin. Although I saw the name Odin pop up on the screen. It was just because I saw that guy have
one eye.
Some kind of cybernetic thing.
Cybernetic, single eye.
Right. It brought up the concept of, oh, well, what would be the point in, you know, because in the original mythology, he's only got the one eye. But if you could just fix it, what's the point of that? It's like when you see something where they're trying so hard to stick with the original that but they've updated it. So, like, why does this character have glasses? Even when they're transformed into a dog.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
You know, I don't disagree with Goonie Tunes' assessment of the lawsuit. I do think so. Even though I haven't really editorialized on the outcome. Oh, we're stuck. Nope, we're good. So like I'm frozen. Am I gonna die? Good. We're gonna see your handiwork in a second here. There we go. And come on, Balder. There we go. Fall to your knees. Achievement unlocked. Valkyrie's Folly. There we go. Lots and lots of deaths. I haven't really editorialized on it, on like whether or not it was fair.
Mm-hmm.
And because the thing is, like, at the end of the day, like, I don't actually know if Silicon Knights was in fact, you know, in breach of copyright. Like if they're, I don't know factually whether or not their license was, you know, invalid, whether they were in breach of that, like, or what. But that's what the judge ruled. Also, just the general fact that Dyack brought the suits. You know, he picked a fight that he definitely probably shouldn't have. You know, like you said earlier, Crystal, like, you know, don't bring it unless...
Yeah. Like, they may have chosen a poor advance tactic.
Yeah.
Without a defense. It's funny, related to the game, but not to that. We can go back to that. But I do have to point out, because you just died several times in a row, that Goonitoon, as being the animator of the death, you have chosen the exact correct stream to watch of the game, because you will see it a lot, and you will be able to be very proud of your animation repeatedly being shown to all of these people.
Yeah.
Dan's really bad at this game.
Well, and the fact that we're playing as Swamp Daddy maybe wasn't the best choice, like, in retrospect. Maybe we should have gone with either a tankier character or just a higher damage character, because it turns out that self-healing is worth exactly nothing in this game. Like, look, I just used my healing ability and it barely 25%. Barely.
I have to, like, I cannot figure out what any of the HUD is in this game.
Oh, it's
like,
awful.
I don't know what any of these things mean. I'm assuming that the star is the star involved with your, like, class?
Yeah, so that's my class icon.
Okay, because I remember seeing the star on your skill tree, but I didn't know if the star was class or alignment skills. Now I assume, since I see it here. Okay, so it's the class one. Wait, so... okay, but... So you chose to try to beat the game as a healer?
Sort of. I mean, unintentionally, yes, but also no, because it turns out that healing is worth nothing.
Did you learn nothing from me trying to grind to max in World of Warcraft playing as a resto druid? Did you learn nothing?
Hey, I have leveled to max in multiple expansions without unspecking from resto.
Yeah, but
then again, I just dungeon grind. Grind.
You just get in dungeons and heal the whole time, so you don't need to. And I played. This was like in vanilla WoW, and I was grinding, like, leveling and playing quests all by my lonesome before there was the pug UI where you could just hop in the group finder.
Hey, I had a friend who leveled as a balanced druid back when Hurricane was the capstone ability.
Back in my day, if you wanted to run a dungeon and didn't have enough friends online, you had to physically wait outside the dungeon at the meeting stone for other people to ask you if you wanted to go in with them.
My best bet for getting away is actually to die and then spawn farther away. Because I'm trying to get back to range so that I can just gun tank her, but I can't get away.
Yeah, you're really slow. Why are you so slow?
Because this game is awful. Look, my spider... Oh, there we go. It finally did its job. It finally... The silent assassin born of the Merc is this frost giant's name, whatever. There we go. We're back at range, and we can use our guns. So now I can just, like, shuffle back and forth and range tank this thing.
I do have to say that at least this section that you're currently in does look a little bit different than the last entirety of the game I've seen.
Yeah, marginally.
Like, you got a little
there we
frost
go.
on the ground, you've got these tall, like, kind of sheer, cavernous walls instead of just, like, either darkness or, like, the reddish tinted something. At least, oh, you did it! I'm just seeing it now because, you know, video delay.
What's the FPS on this game? 5994 interlaced. So, yeah.
That was some swanky gamer talk that I don't, doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah, so it's like technically
literally, I know
60 FPS, but it's functionally 30.
Oh, goodness. Another animation. Just shout out to our Goonie Tune. They also animated Baldur jumping on, killing, and then jumping off of the giants.
Oh, hey, that's really cool.
So,
when it manages to actually work.
Yeah, when it locks on and does that section of the animation, it looks cool.
I've managed to jump onto the giants' backs a bunch of times. I have managed to kill a giant that way exactly once.
Just the one time.
Just the one time. I don't want to say by accident, but more or less by fluke.
It's kind of like the old days of fighting games where you just kind of had to figure out the button mashing to whatever your secret move was. Like before you could really look up the exact order of the buttons, you just kind of flailed around and went, "Oh, that looked cool."
I love how the intelligent camera is like super interested in always showing me whatever opponent I have managed to mind control. So like if I walk past them, like look, so it's oh yeah,
I saw that when you were coming across the bridge.
So this guy's been mind control, and yeah, and the camera just wants to like stare at him.
What the hell even is that creature? It's like, is it like a dog with a gun for a head? Like
it's a gun with a dog for a body.
Dog? Oh, okay. Oh, wait. I didn't know that not only do we have Gun Dad and Gun Son, but we can also have the family pet be a gun?
Everything can be a gun.
I'm being told that the dog guns are dark elves.
Yes, they are dark elves.
Seems incorrect to me, but I'm gonna have to defer to the knowledge of the room at the moment, since I'm completely lost on this one. Oh, it's on their backs. Porter Brassel says, everything a gun. What is this, America? And you know, I feel like that is a pretty apt metaphor.
Let them eat gun.
Yeah, let them eat gun. Perfect. What sort of metaphor is that for us when we take mythology and adapt it to our own version, and in our version everything is a gun?
This is actually reminding me of the Extra Credits has a pretty good episode about the myth of the gun. And Extra Credits.
Oh yeah.
They've got a pretty good episode about the myth of the gun, and in particular, they mention a Japanese FPS that actually just got like a re-release recently. I'm trying to remember the name of it. But the whole idea of the different way of sort of relating to guns and the way that they slot into our own mythologies, like our mythologies about ourselves. Camera, I don't care about that guy. Stop trying to show him to me.
There's a really interesting paper I had to read in one of my early anthropology classes, talking about linguistic anthropology and how language shapes perception. And the big example of
Caller.
Oh, you okay? There's two big examples. One being, they say the Inuit people have however many words for snow, and there are tribes in, I believe it's not South Africa, the country, but Southern Africa of the continent, have lots of words for basically sweet potato, because they kind of use it as currency. It's a valuable trade resource.
In the same way that we've got cash, moolah,
right,
dollar bills,
and
bling.
one of the prominent metaphors for language, a focused metaphor around which we build a lot of language in the U.S. or just English-speaking countries in general, are fighting and war concepts. So toe the line is a boxing call out. We have, I'm being served a tasty treat. So so it's really interesting to think of, we have all of these, I crushed it, hit that, all of these violent metaphors for nonviolent things. We have lots of war and violent, aggressive things and they pretty much all mean positive stuff, unless it's directed at us. And when we're talking about oh yeah, I got hit hard with that, it's oh, so then that's negative.
So one of the things somebody mentioned, the whole thing about the Inuit vocabulary, isn't that a myth? Well, it's sort of a myth. Really, it's being misconstrued, because it's it's less oh, they have 100 different words for snow, and more they have many
every kind of
adjectival word. That the way that their language works is that adjectives are folded into the root. So dry snow, hard snow, heavy snow, damp snow, these are all going to be, whereas we've got, adjective word, their language forms it into a new word. They get merged to the root. So they have a lot of different words for all of the different kinds of snow, because that's what they have to deal with and what they have to communicate.
But they
so
also
you have
have
the snow that is good for building igloos versus the snow that is probably just covering up a fissure in the ice that will swallow you into the sea.
Well, they also have it tied together very closely, both because of it and then it comes out of it. That then gives them a more nuanced perception of, they'd be able to probably visually identify what snow would be, say, good igloo snow or good packing snow, or good snow to ride over, or you shouldn't step on that. They would likely have an easier time identifying those than someone who doesn't have the words for it. Yeah. And it's the same concept that that is talked about both I cannot remember where they did the study, but there was a study of a group of people who didn't have a word for green. And so when they were given one of those, you know, those visual color tests where you see if you can pick out the different shades of things, they would just call everything in certain sections, it would just all be blue. And they couldn't identify things as green until they were given a word for it and then shown, like, this is what you would say is green. And then they could start to differentiate those shades after they were given the words for it.
I was actually just recently watching a video about, like, the most current research on this subject, because I love this subject.
Oh,
I love the language of color. So I was watching the most current research, and it was there's like a complexity and nuance to it in the current understanding that I wish I could quickly summarize, but it has to do with, like, the order that languages develop the words for color in. That it's, like, first black and white, and then
like,
second,
like linguistic history of how language adds in the words for color over time.
Yeah, so there's, like, so languages first develop the words for black and white, and then second is going to be, like, red, and then either blue or green. And yeah, but then there's also some like companion research to this that identifies a number of linguistic systems that don't actually follow the pattern because they use completely different underlying concepts for colors. So, like, having colors exist along a spectrum of, like, shiny versus dull, as opposed to bright versus dark.
Right. And this is actually a core concept too in another, we can tie this in with one of your many popular subjects, talking about good old toxic masculinity. This is a core concept in, so when boys are socialized, generally, they're given like 3 emotions that are acceptable to express, and it's basically happiness, a toned down version of sadness, and anger. Like, those are the 3 kind of socialized emotions. Mm-hmm. And there's been a lot of studies done where if you give children a broader vocabulary of words to express, like, what kind of mad, what kind of upset are you? Yeah. How can you express this out loud with a word? Use your words to talk about it. It gives children, and then the adults, they become an easier time of coping with, expressing those emotions, and then also, like, healthily dealing with them in a social environment, in a community environment. And
do I seriously have
all
like 4 more levels of just doing this? This is already the 3rd time I've needed to basically do this exact same thing. And I bet I'm going to turn around and, yeah, there's going to be... Oh, it's 2 dark elves this time. Came out of the elevator. Really, really shaking it up. Because if there was anything that this level needed, it was more padding for time.
At least this level looks way different than the other levels.
I guess.
There's elevators and spinning things. I mean, it's the same colored palette and it's still all mech stuff, but, like, there's some interesting movement and things happening. Someone says the sound design is really annoying.
I bet.
Thankfully, I can't hear it.
Summary suggests they feel this entire world started as a beautiful copper but has been oxidized. No, I feel like that would make it all green. Like it'd have a pretty verdigris.
A nice patina.
Yeah.
Hey, camera. How about... No? No? Not gonna...
No.
Okay.
It doesn't want to help you. Man, I get really irritated with games when the camera is not really doing what I want it to, and I can't...
Oh, there we go. I think that might have been the last time I needed to do that same exact thing.
Like, I always hated in World of
the
Warcraft.
frost guy caught up to me. Nothing I can do about it.
I always hated in World of Warcraft when there would be an update and it would turn back on the lock to ground option in the camera settings. And I'd be moving around and the camera would just, like, keep going at an angle that I didn't want it. Constantly.
They really didn't understand what makes Devil May Cry tick. Like, I was just thinking about that because it's like, okay, I juggled that guy. So it's like knocked him up and then used my gun and shot him. But then the target lock, they became an ineligible target for a good 2 seconds after they landed, which meant I couldn't knock them back up. I couldn't keep the juggle going. But the thing is that's the whole point, is that you juggle things forever. Like, that's the skill demonstration, is that you've got the timing to just keep the juggle going.
You got the look. Natural botanicals. Oh, you did it. I have a question.
Why does it take so long to load a game state that's basically already loaded? Oh.
No.
Why did I accidentally remove the battery from my Xbox?
That
controller?
is a good one. I didn't know that, though. I'm only partly psychic. That was not something I had a vision of. Oh, there we go. Please reconnect controller. No, my question is how much longer? Shelton McLaughlin asks, what difficulty level are you on? That's also a really good question.
I thought I was on easy. Because I was pretty sure that we were just, like, having none of this. We were just, it's like, alright, whatever, let's just burn through this. I'm pretty sure I'm on easy.
James says, you've got the power. And this reminds me that a few weeks ago, before I disappeared for a couple weeks, I introduced many of you to Power Thirst commercials on YouTube. And I need to know if everyone followed through on watching those. And did you enjoy it? The only correct answer to both of those questions is yes. Just for
Come on,
reference.
charge. Charge, damn it. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Oh.
I'm shaking my head. You know, I was willing. What's shooting? Wait, is that? Oh, that's Hode. Hode's been sitting in the corner shooting me this whole time.
Just hanging out, pew-pewing you from afar.
Yeah, look, he's just doing flip kicks. Oh, is he evading like all of my
Yep, none for you.
all of my gun?
You don't get to hit him.
What if I use the
DJ Pipsqueak asks, why so much HP? I agree.
All right, Spider, go. Come on.
Go.
Come on.
Goonie Toon is asking you, why did you decide to play this game? And I think that's up to you to explain.
Let's see if I can remember.
Goonie Toon, the easy answer is because Dan likes to play just... Dan likes to torture himself.
I gotta sit
Dan
back
is a
and eat some
masochist.
bugles.
He doesn't like himself, and this is how he regulates his self-respect. Dan likes to play mostly movie tie-in franchised games, but when someone was talking about the fact that there was this whole big scandal and the lawsuit and it ordered it to be destroyed and everything, he gained some interest because Dan likes things that are weird or off kilter or odd.
Yeah,
or just
so
generally trash.
So I've been working my way through a lot of licensed games from last generation on stream lately, and someone had brought up Too Human, and sort of the reminder of it was just like, oh right, that right there is a deeply fascinating story. I find this is okay, something I need to point out. So you see how Hode is just avoiding all of my attacks? Like, he's literally, like, this is doing no damage to him. He's just, it'll occasionally hit him. Okay, so this will eventually kill him. He's just evading 90% of it. Now, the thing I want to point out about this is that, in theory, going, like, full ranged combat, or, like, primarily ranged combat, is a valid build. Like, the game has a character class that is entirely focused around ranged combat. And so you can have all of your eggs in the basket of ranged combat, and you're going to get to this boss, and this right here is your experience.
Just keep on. I like that he's doing, like, the air cartwheels also. I'm really into that. Hey, Dan.
Yeah.
You're really good at this game.
I'm pretty good at it.
Like,
look, I'm keeping Hoden on his toes.
You're getting his hit points down. So.
Also, this is taking long enough that my self-healing is actually kicking in.
People are saying that if you could tape the button down, you could go pee and get a refill on your beverage while we wait.
My beverage does need a refill. All right, where's my tape? Where's that roll of tape? No, I totally have. Hey, where's that roll? Where that white tape? Oh wait, it's a wireless controller. I can walk around live. Oh, there it is.
Oh, that's perfect. Did you get it taped down yet?
get this tape off.
Because you could just lock in
All right.
the lock, aim lock, right?
Oh, did I get hit? Oh.
Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. Oh, no, you got hit. You got hit. You gotta lock back on, Dan. Dan, you gotta lock. Dan, you gotta lock it back on, Dan. Dan. Oh, there it goes. Guys, I think he's gone.
I'm gonna take a picture of this taped down,
oh,
and I'm
wait,
gonna
okay,
tweet
wait.
it while we're.
Oh, perfect. That's I'm really into it. Okay, it's good starting to go. Okay, you good? Okay, everybody, Dan is gone. If you have any questions about Dan, now is the time. If you've never been to the stream, let me explain to you what's about to happen. Crystal, that's me, has known Dan for over 10 years and knows all the facts about Dan. So if you want to know anything about Dan that you don't get to know normally, now is the time to ask the question. Someone asked, what is Dan's most favorite dog? Dan likes huskies because they're a sled dog, and Dan lives in the frozen north. Is Dan more Jungian or Freudian? Dan is definitely more Jungian. Freud is a hack, and no one likes him anyway. I don't know who Dan's wife is, so I'll have to pass that one. How tall is Dan? Dan is the perfect height for climbing through the frozen tundra of the north, which is slightly taller than me. What are Dan's favorite magical girls? Oh, probably just me. You know, I'm magical. And all of the daughters in Dream Daddy, the new game. How old is Dan? Dan is, give or take, 2,000 years old. Dan's favorite food is poutine and s'mores. One after the other, but not at the same time. But as a combination of a meal. Dan's least favorite movie. Dan can't pick a least favorite movie because he appreciates trash movies for different reasons than he appreciates actually good cinema. So he loves all movies. Dan's a very inclusive movie lover. Boxers or briefs? Boxer briefs. Okay, I'm skipping down a bit. Is Dan a good hugger despite his... Dan is a phenomenal hugger and cuddler. He's not actually that, like, he's skinny, but he's not very bony. Like, you don't get stabbed by Dan bones when you're snuggling the Dan. Dan is not Jesus, but he can walk across water in Canada. Dan's favorite Lion King movie is the filming of the Lion King stage musical, staged by Julie Taymor. Does Dan want children? He wants all of the fur babies. Like, he wants all of the cats and the little hedgies and things to go. Oh, Dan is back. Okay. Hi, Dan. How's the bugles? Are they good? Guys, I don't think he can hear me still. Dan got straight A's in school, except for he got 3 classes he did bad in. I can't tell you what they are. It is a state secret. Does syrup really give Canadians superpowers? I can't answer that. I don't know what you mean by syrup. Are you talking about maple syrup? Are you specifically speaking Canadian maple syrup? Are you talking about New England maple syrup? Are you talking about Michigan maple syrup? Like, all of these are different. Dan, what's up? Oh, guys, he still can't hear me. He's sitting there, but apparently, but he doesn't hear me, so we can keep going. If you guys got any, Capellan Citizen, Dan's favorite syrup is maple-flavored cough syrup. That is, you are correct. You were accidentally correct in guessing one or the other. It was actually both. Dan has many degrees. Unless it's winter time, then he has very few degrees. of his favorite Dark Soul is the black one, I guess. Is that the darkest soul? I'm confused. I didn't know there were multiple souls in the Dark Souls. I told you, Timber Panic, that Dan does dream of electric sheep. He is half android. Oh, Dan would definitely win in a race against the Hulk, but mostly because Dan is a very focused individual, and the Hulk would probably get distracted by something that angered him, or was shiny, perhaps, or just fun toy to play with. Dan's favorite crystal is me. Dan loves my puns. Dan makes worse puns than me. We have good pun times together. Dan is the very model of a modern Major General, for sure. Oh, don't you know? Dan can't keep ideas flat because he has to make sure that he can fit them in his back pocket to whip out at a moment's notice for conversational goodness when he's out on the town. If Dan could hear me right now, he would be like more of my friend, I think. I feel like that's the best. I feel like that's the best way to do it. My batteries are not running low, I'm just running out of questions on the screen. Dan is not a crazy cat man. He just really loves his cat. Okay, that's a lie, because he will, if he's around anyone else who he thinks would even remotely care, he will definitely show them pictures of his cat. Oh, hey, Dan! Dan is in chat, you guys. Dan came to say hi. Oh, he's just hanging out on the deck enjoying some fresh air. What the hell is this all about? Oh, it's nice to have Dan in the chat. He just, everybody run! No, Dan can't hear. Guys, aren't I really good at this game? I'm completely in control right now. Dan gave me remote control of this character. Did you know? It's great. He's just hanging out there in the deck, getting some fresh Canadian air. I wonder what the temperature is there. Dan, you can hear me. What's the temperature there now that you're just watching the stream from the thing? No, Jacob, I am not drunk. Oh, you know, I agree. What a time we do live in. You guys, we live in the future. It's just beautiful. Like, despite all the political shit, you know, we're doing all right for ourselves. We got some pretty cool things. Sometimes you just gotta take a minute and look at the world with a sense of childlike wonder once again. You know, just go roll down a grassy hill at the park until you get sick. You know, just get a little dizzy. Go sit outside and appreciate the world. And then, you know, you're gonna you'll go back to all of your technology just in awe. It's magic, you guys. It's just magic. Ooh, is it the golden hour, Dan? Take some photos. Put some photos on Twitter. Oh no, Dan, you got hit. You got hit by the guy a couple times there. Just a little bit. Just a little. Just got hit a couple times. Oh no, it picked it back up. Here's the thing, I can't see his health anymore. Like, I see a little bit on the left. I can't tell if that's the health bar or just like the animated glare off of like his little UI circle. Gonzalo del Peon. Dan will not consider playing a decent game next week. Dan has booked us out for the next 2 months playing horrible movie franchise tie-ins. Dan, you have to come back and beat this guy so we can move on, you know? We only got like about 2 hours before. Okay, there we go. He's coming back, guys. Dream Daddy will be in, I think it's mid or end of July when the game comes out. So whatever week the game comes out, we'll play whatever corresponding Monday that it comes out. Unless it happens to come out on a time when Dan and I can just commit to like launch day. If you guys are all available, you're ready to commit and come in, I would be game to break the Monday schedule specifically for Dream Daddy launch.
Now look, he's taking a whole bunch of damage while I was
you were
gone.
taking a breather.
While I was taking a breather. I'm actually just gonna move closer. Let's see. Like if I actually just get kind of up in his face.
My favorite part is when you stop to reload, he also stops flipping around and just takes a breather.
Yeah.
He doesn't shoot back at you. He just stops and is like, "All right, yeah."
Oh, here we
ahead,
go.
reload.
This is actually making decent progress. Is just kind of staying.
Was that phase 2? Did we just hit phase 2?
No, that's just an ability he uses every now and then. So we just kind of, if we just kind of get, you know, like this far from him. Yeah, there we go. Just taking a breather while I stop shooting at him. Oh yeah, here we go. This is working.
Oh, we're all committed, Taylor. We are definitely doing Dream Daddy. It's gonna happen.
Dream Daddy's definitely gonna happen.
Our first instinct is to go after Bad Dad, but to be honest, if I have my way, we're gonna play it and go after each dad in turn until we've seen it all. Like
we're gonna go after Bad Dad and we're gonna fix him.
No, Dan, we've had this conversation.
We're gonna fix Bad Dad.
Dan,
we're gonna
I know you're
we're gonna
a guy,
be the love
so
he needs in life, and we're gonna repair everything that's wrong with him.
You didn't learn this lesson growing up as a chick.
We will heal
all
him.
Women learn. You cannot fix a man. You can't. You know, like,
we will
I'm
heal
game
the
for going
hurt
after
inside Bad Dad.
I'm good for going after Bad Dad, but not with that attitude. You can't change Bad Dad. You need to accept Bad Dad with all of his existing flaws.
We can cure him. We can change him. All he needs is us.
That's not.
We're what's missing in his life.
With you, that's not how relationships work, Daniel. This is what's gonna end up happening is you're gonna play Dream Daddy, the game, while I sit back and basically be Dear Abby for the chat room. is what we're gonna do.
Yes, that is actually kind of the plan at this point. Is I'm going to play Dream Daddy in a deeply unhealthy way.
And while that's happening, people can come in and ask me their relationship questions, and I will just freely answer them. I can tell you right now that the answer to most things will be, just talk to your partner. Like, that's going to be the answer to 90% of people's questions. I'm going to predict it right now. That's what I'm going for.
I wonder if I could get Dr. Nerdlove on for that one. Briefly.
Oh man, that'd be awesome.
I should DM him and see if he'd be up for that.
I would love to have another Dear Abby companion.
There we go. I'm gonna take the
Dear Abby approach
off the controller. There we go. How long did that take? 20 minutes?
That was a really long time.
This was a designed game. Humans made this, not machines.
Shut up, you coward. Oh yeah, that's a good line of dialogue right there.
I hit something you joked about in many drinking sessions. Oh, Goonie Toon, I am so glad that I cannot state enough how... So, working in films, Often, yes, we know exactly what's wrong with the movies that we make. And so
Yes.
it just warms my heart that the like people who made this thing are aware of it. Like that they know.
Oh, they
They
know.
know.
Oh, are you gonna take his magic cyborg eye? Oh
Um
no. This is Kill Bill moment right here.
we were going to smash it, but then we just
But
took it.
you're better than that. You're better than that, Dan.
I don't know what difference it makes. I mean, am I going to wire it into my head? I'm not, because I'm going to die.
Finally?
Like for actual, like for
For real.
actual, for realsies. Also, I do like the fact that the like armor broken animation plays in cutscenes. So like the red pulsing. So that's a thing that it's okay. So games tend to have this we like to make fun of the disconnect between cutscene design and animation and in-game design and animation, and like that you often end up with these disconnects that create weirdness. But what it's doing is often it's removing the layer of the it's removing the ludology and leaving only the diegesis. And so you're seeing the difference between what is a game convention and what is a diegetic reality. And the fact that that red pulsing is playing in the cutscenes is implying that that is diegetic reality. That in this world, your armor gets hit a bunch and breaks and just starts pulsing red. That's just what it does.
Can we talk about though that like the Trinity, the crone,
The Weird Sisters?
the woman, and the girl? Yeah, that's not. I can't. That doesn't seem. That's not a Norse thing.
Huh? The Weird Sisters? Yeah.
Is that a Norse thing? The Trinity of them?
Yeah. I mean, that's a really. I mean, there's
I
a
know
lot
it's
of
like
evidence
a mythological thing.
Yeah, so there's a lot of evidence that that myth like predates the spread of humanity across the globe. Like that's a like deeply primal myth. All right, now I need to go repair my stuff. Yo, man, yo, check it, yo. I am a god to you. I'm a cyber dude. I'm a god. I'm a god.
Wow, that's magical.
Yeah.
Did you get the implant? Did you get the info off it? Did they inject it in your brain?
I don't know. I wasn't reading.
Wait, did you like beat it and now you just get to run around in this room? Like what?
No.
Right now?
I'm back in cyber utopia.
Oh my god, there's more.
And
I thought that was like the final boss fight.
No. Oh no. There's more.
Oh god, what? Why?
That was chapter 4.
Out of?
If
you say 8, I swear to all the gods.
Out of more than 4.
Oh my. How many more?
6.
Out of
I'm
6?
trying to find the map. I'm also trying to find the
All
ways
right.
out. I need to go repair my stuff. But can I just... No, not from here. Also, yes, skill points.
Skill points.
Skill points. How do I get out again? No.
Goonie Toon says even they can't remember how many there were, so...
So there's all these things on the walls that look like maps, but they're not maps, and I can't use them
Andy
as
Pfeiffer
maps.
says, despite Hode calling
here we
you
go.
Loki for the past 2 hours, Balder somehow still doesn't realize that his eye was tricking him, and it takes the Norns to tell him to be a huge revelation. Yeah, I agree. That was like poor writing there. Like you couldn't figure that out, that his eye was like not reading you correctly.
I figured he was just stupid.
I didn't understand.
Things don't
Hey,
make sense to me. All right,
you know what? Like
Heimdall's
a
office.
guy admitting
I
he
need
doesn't
to-
know something and accepting that knowledge from 3 women, though, is pretty progressive.
Yeah. It did, however, take 3 women.
Right. It couldn't just have been one. It had to be all 3.
Do I need to go all the way back?
Goonie Tunes not just sneaking in here for this particular stream. Goonie Tunes a fan. He just referenced your cough syrup chugging from the Suicide Squad editing.
Oh, holy crap.
Nice. Very cool.
That's pretty cool. That makes me... I feel good. I like that.
You should feel good.
I
You
should
should
feel
feel
good.
great.
I should let
I
myself
think-
feel good.
I think this is a sign that you should totally make this your next mini documentary. I think we've got the beginnings of a great mini documentary.
I think... I don't know. I think that... Wait, what's going on? I just want to repair my junk.
Oh no! Now you're in the Matrix.
Now I'm in the Matrix with, like, the Borg Queen, except somehow even more sexed up than the Borg Queen. It's like, hey, we want the Borg Queen, but she's not sexed up enough. And someone in the room is like, are you sure? And Denis Dyack is like, not sexed up enough, and he yells it really loud. And they're like, okay, yes, sir, Mr. Dyack, sir.
Just loudly proclaims.
And, okay, they're moving her consciousness, and they need a buzzsaw to do that. Cool. Wait, was that a bone? Did they just move a bone?
I can't.
Oh, no, they're just repairing
you're
her. Oh,
seeing
they just harvested the other lady. And the prognosis is 6 months, 8 at most, if you continue to choose substandard specimens. Okay, so she needs a prime specimen to harvest the bones out of. And I have no idea why that triggered specifically when I tried to go into the Hall of Tyr.
LG, I need to reward someone in chat for saying the worst pun. She has a bone to pick.
Yeah.
Yes, it's pun time. Okay. Now that we got that out of our system.
Alright, let's repair all of our crap. Alright. X to repair. Yes.
Oh, I just now noticed that that I've been tagged for once on the tweets pertaining to our streams.
Wait, where's my armor? Wait, there's a weapons store? Excuse me. Oh, that's getting bad. Also, a rune's... Why... I can just buy weapons. Okay, right, because I've got money, I guess. Weapons store live content? Was there an auction house?
Like when it was online still?
Is that what... Live content? Huh. Alright, so I can't repair my armor from here. I need to repair it from... No. Can I repair it here? No.
Someone is suggesting the marketplace has something to do with planned DLC that was never released. TJ,
You repair armor in the room where you picked your alignment.
I was gonna say, yeah, TJ is our beacon of how to play the
game. Okay.
Guys, he doesn't remember where that is.
I think it's this way. Like, so you've got this hub town that you spend basically no time in. Oh, now, wait, why? Okay. Now something's gonna happen. Is this necessary? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Is this necessary? We shall induce a mild stimulus to your brain in order to bring hidden memories that may be affecting you to the surface. The results will determine if you're fit for another mission.
Okay, I have a question because everybody's been saying Odin in all caps. Have we found this out for sure, or am I making a reasonable prediction that Odin is like some kind of just a machine? Or like
given that Odin is... I don't know if we know that. We might know that, but that feels like a fair guess. No, that's blueprints. That's tutorial. That's tutorial. Which... Frick. I was watching reviewers play, and a lot of them didn't seem to understand that their armor was broken. Yeah, Dennis. I wonder why they couldn't quite figure out that their armor was broken. They didn't know that they needed to go repair their... They didn't know they needed to go repair their armor. Which one of these lets me repair my armor?
They all look the same.
They look... Yeah.
Like, it's not like even the people manning the computers in each area, like, look differently dressed or something. You know, like okay, we're gonna keep talking about World of Warcraft, but in World of Warcraft, when they have, like, one of these kind of areas where all these little offshoots look the same, but there's, like, different vendors in each one, so you go, oh, I talked to the Lady Tauren, or I talked to the male troll. And, like,
I'm pretty sure I've gone in a full circle.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, blueprints. Yes, I have definitely gone in a full circle.
TJ says center of the room.
Oh, Jesus.
TJ, you're doing such a good job. You were just a key part of tonight's stream. TJ is ashamed that they know all of this about this game.
All right, we're gonna also like just swap equipment while we're here. All right. These are both 45. 4 points of arm. Nah, we'll just stay where we got for now. We'll keep the perps. We'll keep the purples. That one, marginal upgrade. Okay, 22, 42. There we go. Better. $47.
Are you upgrading or are you repairing? Like, what you...
Both. Well, we're re-equipping better stuff when we've got it. So if we've got better stuff, I was just equipping the better stuff. Otherwise, I was repairing. So, salvage. Salvage.
This game, man. This game. This game. This certainly is a game. They definitely did it. TJ, I did not ask to be the patron saint of True Human. I'm sorry, but you have become one.
All right. Oh, fighting the camera. Okay, let's assume for a second that we hadn't had a cutscene. We come into this room. What about the design of this room tells you that the middle of the room is the one place in the game world where you can repair your armor?
Is it that weird machine or any of the bajillion things around the outside?
Yeah, especially considering that let's take a little trip. Let's run back to the Hall of Tyr.
All the way.
All the way. This'll be worth. This is a good detour to take. We're going to take this detour and it's going to be valuable. It is going to be instructive. We are going to learn and be enriched by this detour. So, in the Hall of Tyr, we walk down long hallway full of weapons. So we know that the Hall of Tyr is definitely weapons. And then we come to this asshole who is standing next to a desk, and it's like, all right, you're our vendor asshole. And we go talk to him, and he's like, yes, I'm your vendor asshole. Also, I can repair your crap. And you're like, okay, good. I know who you are, and I know what you do. And we're on speaking terms now. And he's like, yes, give me your stuff, and I will repair it. And we're like, all right. So
Goonie Toon says it was actually harder to know where things were before. This is the improved version.
Goonie Tunes. I want to die right now.
Come on, man.
That
You
what?
get it.
What? This is the what? It was worse? How? I need to know.
Dan, I need to know currently, where is this game gonna land on the stack of shame? Which is what I have dubbed the stack of all the games you've so far played.
Let me pick up the
Shadow
stack of
Colossus.
shame. Let me pick up the stack of shame.
Give us a video. Give us some video.
1 sec.
Minimize this armor screen.
All right, 1 sec. Okay. So here's the stack of shame as it currently sits. Right now, Too Human is definitely looking at this slot right here, in between Wanted and Dog Days. Though, yeah, it's definitely looking at this slot in between Wanted and Dog Days at the moment.
Yeah, you think it's better than something on the stack of shame? I'm impressed.
Dog Days is like, in the same way that Blood on the Sand is a calibrating point on the scale, Dog Days is also a calibrating point on the scale. So it's
okay.
The boiling point of water and the freezing point of water. So that's what it's looking like right now.
Hey,
I'm
with that slot.
I'm gobsmacked at the idea that this was the improvement. I'm sorry if I'm hung up on that, but it is.
Algae says, so then 2 human is still water, if you're putting it on the scale.
I might, like, okay, I might change that. This might actually slip below Dog Days if this keeps going.
Point?
I don't know if it's a new like, okay, because here's the thing is, so Dog Days is crap. Dog Days is buggy, it's broken, it's ugly, it's repulsive, it's mean-spirited, it's boring, but it is only 4 hours long. Oh, it's unfinished. Okay. Unfinished. Go back into that adjective list and add unfinished. But it's only 4 hours long. This is 12.
No, are we?
This is like 10 to 12.
Daniel, if you do not finish this by my midnight tonight, I am gonna have to say you're not allowed to keep playing it next week. I have to cut you out. I have to do it for both your sake and my own.
All right, level 19, we get a really good cannon at 19. I really, Goonie Toon, I know you're being maybe a little bit facetious, maybe a little bit, but I am actively trying to find a copy of X-Men Destiny. I do know, like, I know that X-Men Destiny will actually probably take the bottom spot just because it's like the same kind of ideas like Big Rigs or Ride to Hell Retribution, where it's like there are a couple games out there that I know are like just so broken that, and I think that's the wrong direction. You know, where it's like where you're adding not just like bad ideas, but you're also adding just a like fundamentally broken game experience, like that's so bug riddled and just junk that it would in fact beat Dog Days.
Rob Allen says there is a copy of X-Men Destiny and 2 Human at their local EB Games, so
I should go back and check. They might have one now.
TJ, the patron saint of 2 Human, says you need to go back to the tree room and talk to me.
Yeah,
who is apparently an Aether too.
I wanted to get that equipment repair taken care of before I got shunted back into another mission for 40 hours.
Rob Allen
80
asks,
hours.
X-Men Destiny is $9. Would you like them to send it to you?
If I had the no, I should be able to find a copy locally. It shouldn't be too hard.
Goonie Toon, are you offering to ship a mint condition unopened copy of X-Men Destiny to Dan? Because I'm sure he would accept that as tribute.
I don't know if I could accept that in good conscience. But then again, I am also talking about paying.
You can do
man,
opening.
an unboxing of Wait, who are we talking? This is not a. Mimir. Codenamed Jormungand. Oh, also, something I don't think I've mentioned to people. So people were asking, like, when does this game take place? This does take place in the past. This is alternate history. It's not just a like side what if. It's a speculative alternate history.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that
So,
this is our past. That in our past, the Norse gods were cybernetic supermen, and then they annihilated themselves in Ragnarok, and we inherited their myths.
Yeah.
The ice banks of Aegir's jaw. These records indicate it is dormant, buried under a lot of snow.
Very well.
Thor and Balder will locate the world's serpent and board it. Mimir, you will accompany them and unlock its secrets. What? I'm not going anywhere. I am not a mission operative. Not after the last time. Are you saying that you don't have faith in our skills, brother? No, no, of course not. But then the last time you went out on a mission, you didn't get hacked limb from limb, did you? Did you?
Did you?
A shame that your mouth survived where your legs did not. Ah, sick burn, Thor.
Porter says it kind of looks like he has mini dreads, and it kind of does look like he has the bottom half of Coolio or The Weeknd's hair.
Yes, indeed. Alright, where does it want me to go now? I need to go find a map so that I can ask it where it wants me to go.
Rob Allen says, that's like saying Dark Souls is an alternate history where dragons exist.
Oh, wait. Ah, okay. I accidentally started a cutscene. Maybe it's moving me forward. Has your adept plaything lost interest in you? Yeah. Oh, yeah, so I'm asking them about Jormungand. A multi-terrain doomsday machine, built as the Mirror's glory began to fade. All such weapons were lost in the war. One survives. The myth survives, dear Balder. And even if it is fact, I doubt it will aid you in your struggle. Every kind of war machine is helpful to our cause, he said to nobody in particular. I feel like this game was a huge victim of the fact that it was going to be a trilogy.
So they planned on fitting some other stuff into these two other games.
Yeah. And
what
so
the heck just came up in the background?
Oh, hey, I can move. I have control right now.
Yeah, you're like just standing there. What is that over there? All those screens or something?
I don't know. I'm going to go over here and look for loot.
Smart move.
It's
a bunch of screens.
Why wasn't this all just there?
Why is the
they've had
dialogue continuing, or is this you talking?
No, because it's like an in-game cutscene. Like it's like a in-engine cutscene rather than like tightly scripted. But I don't get why they wouldn't just script this entire thing.
Joined you.
Like it's not like me walking those 5 feet of my own volition were valuable or did anything to convey agency.
Right.
And it's not like the game has otherwise had any compunction about just like hurling me into 5-8 minute long control agency rendering cutscenes. Rending. They just established that you're in Fimbulwinter. Yes, that's the... That's the critical...
I don't...
Okay, the puzzles in the Tech Forest were much more involved originally. That sounds interesting, because... Yeah, they're not very involved. It's like, push a thing. Oh, and there was the one where it was like, it opened challenge fights that were like 10 levels above me, but it did nothing to indicate that they were challenge fights. And so I would go in, get my ass kicked, and then it just wouldn't let me back in, and I was super confused until someone's like, "Oh, you only get one shot at those. You need to go back into cyberspace and open the other doors." I was like, what?
Dan, would you
What?
like a second guest, or are you gonna hold off on that since we've only got like another hour?
Oh, does Lewis want to jump in?
Linkar is in chat and saying that they messaged to join on Skype, but is presuming you can't see.
Oh, I'm off. I'm offline on Skype, so I'm gonna here, Lewis. I'm gonna check Twitter DMs. I've got Skype closed for no, wrong link. Where's the correct link? Ara. There you go. Check your DMs. And and they were supposed to affect things in the real world of the game, and there were tons of puzzles you'd have to go in, change, come back out, change, etc. See, like, that idea isn't necessarily flawed. Like, you know, it's kind of a Zelda thing. You know, it's like Link to the Past, where it's like, okay, you've got to do some stuff in the Shadow world that impacts the other world, and like vice versa. Like, so that kind of gameplay has a proven value, but like, I don't know, maybe one of the things that I'm kind of personally hung up on is the fact that they had to cut all of that stuff, and yet chapter 4, like, we just finished this level that was like 3 straight hours of circular platforms. And
all right, hello to our third friend.
Da, 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 da.
You made it, Wrench Squad.
Yeah, I
Okay.
really like the Wrench Squad thing because I don't know what it is about it, but I played Silent Hill Downpour years and years ago, and I always thought that the wrench was the best weapon in that, you know, of all the degradable weapons.
right,
I'm 100% down.
Goonie
for
Town needs to
giving
take
us
off.
some blue wrench shirts.
Hell yeah.
Goonie Town needs to thank you, Goonie Town, for hanging out in chat and chatting with us about this.
Yes.
You were a surprise and welcome addition to tonight's proceedings.
It was wonderful. Goonie also has my email. He's gonna get in touch, and
Excellent.
we'll see about getting some more stories. Or hey, you know, Dan's next mini doc subject.
Oh. Actually, you know what? That would actually be a very doable one. Would be an oral history of Two Human.
What do I miss
Goonie,
so
also
far?
please feel free to join us for other future nerdy game streams. We do them on Monday nights, and occasionally we throw in a film Q&A. I don't know if you caught that one, but since you do film now also, or TV, you should join for those.
What have you missed? That's a good question, Lewis. What
Yes,
has Lewis missed tonight in
Lewis-
terms of plot?
Lewis, let me be completely honest with you.
Okay.
Not only did you miss nothing, but even if there was something you missed, I would not be able to tell you what it was.
Well, good.
Wait,
I feel like that's the most concise description of the game that I am able to give you so far.
So I know about the whole that as Dan said, this is all a Norse god thing, like modern AU kind of thing.
yeah.
Our old future, I should say. So here's the question, because I saw that you guys were joking that Dan was joking earlier on Twitter. This is an illegal game.
No. Well, okay. So
Yeah,
the
sort of.
sort of. So the picture that I posted was Denis Dyack. Like, so he's got a copy of Two Humans sitting in the video that I was talking about way earlier before you got in. Like back at the beginning of the stream, there was this. I finally watched this video of Denis Dyack talking about this game. Now this video came out in like April of this year.
Mm-hmm.
This game came out in like 2008. But so Silicon Knights was ordered to destroy all copies of the game. It's a very long story that I've gone over like a whole bunch of times, but so I was just kind of making a joke about the fact that that Dennis had a copy of the game sitting on the table, and it's like, is he legally allowed to have this? And it's not illegal in the sense that like he's committing a crime. It would just be like, is he, by the civil suit, legally allowed to like have copies of the game that he was ordered to have destroyed?
Now I just want to look this up and see what the hell the deal is.
It is a deeply fascinating story, and I can't go. Oh God,
Silicon Knights versus Epic Games. I've just went onto Wikipedia.
Yeah, and so that's the like super short version. Check out this invisible wall. Okay.
You'd think the the Norse gods would be able to get past an invisible wall.
All right, I just want to so literally everywhere else in this environment, they just put a hill that you can't walk up. Like, look at this. Like, they don't want me going this direction,
like,
so they just
no
put a hill.
Yeah, there's
like
no
they've just put walls everywhere else. It's just here all of a sudden. It's
like not even on the mountains there. Like in
right, it could have it could have been like this. It could have been like that, like a mountain wall, or it could have been like a big drop off, like a cavern or a canyon or something between all these hills. But it's just in the middle of nowhere.
Like, it's the ones, like, if they hadn't done this specific thing, like if this pool of water extended, it's like, oh, well, we want this field, but we don't want them to go that way. It's like, okay, just take this pool of water and extend it over to this mountain wall over here. And no one's going to think twice about it because you can't walk into the water. It's like, oh, I can't go into the water. But to just have this, like, slight ridge that you cannot quite scale. Oh my God.
This is a great game. So what's that backpack we have on there?
That's my spider.
So it's an Invader Zim thing.
It jumps off and freezes people when I tell it to, except it only does that sometimes, and other times it just sort of stands there and does nothing, and then I die. And then it's like, oh, freeze people. And yeah. It's also on a 2-minute cooldown. It's a super great, super awesome, great game mechanic. One of the other things.
Great game mechanic.
Yeah. So one of the other just brilliant things that Dennis said in that video about the combat is that he found it unfortunate that not enough people really super got into the game and played it to level 60 and got to experience when the game really, when the combat really opens up and gets super intricate and involved. We are currently level 18.
If you need to play play a crappy game for like however many hours it takes to get to that point, then it's not in order for it to be fun, then it's not a good game.
Yeah. For sure. Oh, something we were talking about, and it's come up twice, and it's reminded me of a topic I wanted to bring up for convo, and it's slipping my mind again. It'll hit me again. You'll say something else that'll remind me about it.
Like when back in caveman times when I did play World of Warcraft for a while, getting to level 60 or whatever to get a mount, it was, a horrible, terrible grind session, but the game was still fun before then. It's just like, as soon as I got it, it's like, oh, now this can be a lot easier.
Yeah,
because I've earned it.
Because the mounts, like, weren't a core part of the gameplay loop.
Hey, I'm going to mute for 1 second, and I'll be back in, 5 minutes. Now that you have someone else to talk to you for a second.
Sweet, okay. Yeah, like mounts weren't a core part of WoW's gameplay loop, and now like you could find the combat loop unsatisfying. Whose phone is that? My phone, or is that Crystal's phone?
Crystal, I'm
Hello.
outside.
Hey, all right, I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna.
Calm down.
Sorry.
Crystal, you're not muted.
Wonder if she can hear us as a result of that.
Oh, there we go. There we go. What was I saying? Like yeah, like the core gameplay is already in
Okay.
place long
Your
before
turn.
long before you get to level 60. All right, what's going? I'm trying to. Okay, I have two buttons that do things, and neither of them seems to be doing
I
a
thought
thing.
of the thing. I thought of the thing.
Yeah.
So, part of the reason that we decided to play this game, in fact, it may have been the only reason, was the sort of like story behind it. Although, you know, like the lawsuit and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But that lends itself to being like a Dan flavor. However, like, what do you think the difference is between why like a banned book gets so much purposeful attention because it was banned, whereas like a banned or destroyed game doesn't have that same allure? Or like an unpopular game?
If I had to guess, probably something along the lines of games being seen more as a disposable media anyway, especially if the game is several years old by a certain point.
Yeah. Also, like in this case, in general, like as a general rule, you're a lot less likely to run into a game being controversial while still being like good and valuable and interesting. Like, I don't know if I'm even supposed to be here in cyberspace.
I was gonna say, what is your actual goal right now?
I have no idea. You know, so like if we look at this here game, it's kind of awful, and a lot of controversial games are like that. You know, like Hatred would be another one to point to, where it's like, oh, like they went out of their way to court controversy, but the game itself is bum. You know, so you do definitely have a history in video games in specific of people using, like, going out of their way to court controversy to try to move units of a bad game. So a lot of, you know, banned games. And the thing is also with, you know, banned books tend to get a little bit more traction and attention because what you're talking about is not so much like banned in the like broad sense, but very specifically like libraries and school libraries in particular.
Right, like
So-
you can still access them at stores and stuff.
Yeah, you can still get them from other places, or maybe they're like in that specific area hard to track down in stores because they get, you know, kicked out. But ultimately, it's a conversation about school libraries. Is when you're talking about banning books. Is you're talking
Right.
about school libraries, and because video games don't have that same vector, that isn't a part of the conversation. How
feel
do I
like-
get out? I don't want to be in here anymore. This place sucks.
Is there like any kind of mission objective screen or like buttons you can hit against the glowing, sparkly fountains? Or bird
Yeah, what
baths,
are
or whatever
those
the hell those
things?
are.
What are
So
those
here's
blue
my
fountain
2
things?
buttons that I can use. So I'm supposed
It's
to
the
be able to
Moonwells,
use.
Lewis. It's the
Yeah,
Moonwells.
I'm supposed to be able to use these pools. Like, so this is like the one I came in through, but I can't take it back out. I just want to leave.
I just
Do we
wanna
need to
be
look up
done.
an FAQ?
Did you not complete like your mission in this zone? Like, are you
I
not allowed
can't
to leave till you
tell.
finish something?
Dan, do I need to look up a walkthrough?
I've gone down
No,
like
we have
these
TJ,
paths.
the patron saint
Yeah,
of
TJ.
human.
TJ, I need
help!
you. Help me. Am I even supposed to be here right now? Was I supposed to leave after that conversation? Because all of these things just seem to be dead ends. That there's been like loot at the end of them, but there's also been these other
think
things that it's like
I
require
I
a
have
power
to say,
I don't have yet.
I have to say that
I have not yet, in all of the horrible games we have played, heard such a pitiful cry of "help me" escape your lips when trying to finish a level, and I think that speaks volumes to where this should land on the stack of shame.
It
Dan.
does.
Dan, according to
It's
TJ,
been
you're trapped in hell.
Am I supposed to be trapped in hell?
Dan's reached the point where he has like Stockholm syndrome with the game, where he's like, I guess if I'm supposed to be trapped here, I'll stay, but I don't. TJ says go back to the center. TJ is a fickle saint.
Well, he's more like Loki. He's a trickster god.
A little bit. I know, Sean Gallagher, you can hear the pain in Dan's voice when he just asked for help. Just help me. It was so sad.
I'm so happy I joined you this evening.
Yes, thanks for jumping in near the end here.
I would have jumped in earlier. Like I said, Skype is my primary source of communication, so that's why I try to send a message over around like 6:30 asking, "Hey, dude, if you want me in, I'll come in."
Oh yeah, he always just like
I shut down like everything non.
So that non-essential to the stream.
Yeah, both to keep the number of like binging messages to a minimum, and also just to free up as much RAM as possible. So I'm back in the middle, and I've got 2 doors that I can't open.
You're gonna go through the open gate.
You're gonna go
behind
through the
you.
open gate behind you. That looked like the open gate. Was that correct? That's closed.
That's closed.
That's closed.
There was one that was open before.
Keep turning.
There's 3 open gates. So there's that
You said
open gate.
The one you almost went through that was already open.
Okay. I've got
Keep turning to the left.
That one,
Where
I
the
think.
open one is. Through there.
Okay,
little
so
bit
you're
down
all
there
you're
that's
all
open.
behind me. You're all like
Yes,
10
no,
seconds
no,
behind
no,
me. So I'm
no,
going to go
no,
back
no.
to the one that I was looking at 10 seconds ago.
Mm.
Oh yeah, that's right. We got the 30-second delay.
Yeah.
Okay, stop.
Okay. I'm back here.
That one.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's the one.
I just have this wonderful thought of like TJ just sitting there or going like, okay, that one, no, you fool!
You did it! Oh god, did you get it? Oh, you escaped! Thank the gods for TJ, the patron saint of two human.
Thanks, TJ. Oh, God. All right, is this a map? Will this tell me? Okay, I need to go to Docking Bay 1.
I like to
salutes
think.
you, TJ.
I like to think someone suggested that you're drowning in those pools, and I like to think that is how you escape is Inception style. Killing yourself in the fountain releases you from the trapped cyclical hell of the green area.
Well, was the name? What was the name of that Amazon cannibal movie? The Green Inferno.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh.
No, the Gazetteer. This is not on PS3. This is a Xbox 360 exclusive. Microsoft paid top dollar for this one. And boy, did they get...
The video, I'm wondering if that's just a stream because the video quality suddenly went down. Might just be me.
Who knows?
I switch over to
It could
720.
be
that seems to
YouTube,
fix it,
could
yeah.
be the stream, could be the game. Could be my computer.
Skill points.
Yes, I have skill points available. But it's like, I've got, I don't know, 1, maybe 2.
Distribute them skill points.
Maybe.
Get it?
I like how the skill points, button thing is just like it's not even like in the top right corner, so it's nice and out of the way. It's just slightly below, so that at a crucial moment it looks like it would cover something up.
It actually doesn't, because there are no crucial moments and there's nothing to cover up. Like, there is no real important information on screen. It's all just noise. It's playing this game is a bit like sitting in front of TV static and divining your future from what you hear in the white noise.
You know what's a good game? Not this one.
Oh. Dan,
a lot of people
subjected me to.
I gotta show people. Oh man, that drop pod.
It's like one of those little helicopter toys you would get as a kid.
Yeah. All right, Thor. Yeah. Let's go, Thor.
Thor is less beardy than I would have expected.
He's got his mutton chops. Also, he brought Mimnir's head.
Oh, is that
Poor
guy
Mimnir.
Thor? The guy with the mustache? I thought the other guy was Thor.
No, the guy with the mustache is
Okay,
Thor.
then
The
yeah,
other
it's a
guy
little
is us, and that's we're playing Baldur. We're playing Baldur.
I never played Baldur's Gate. Was that any good?
Baldur's Gate? Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a little rough going back to it.
Are
Like
you
it
just
takes
carrying that disembodied head, like, to talk to you while you wander around? Oh no, that's
Yeah,
not
we're
you. That's
bringing
someone else.
we're bringing Mimnir with us so that he can hack into Mimir is gonna hack the system.
What a
Yeah,
story,
You're
Thor.
playing
We-
hot potato with his head.
We need Mimir to hack the system. He's gonna hack the planet for us.
What a story, Thor.
Oh my god. Oh,
Is it wrong now?
Porter.
Oh.
get your head in the game. You guys.
If we needed him to hack the gate, why didn't we just bust that open?
No, not the gate. We need him to hack the system,
Ah.
the planet. We need him to hack. We need him to hack into this ancient submarine.
Hack the planet.
The fact that we're carrying Mimir around would imply that the Well of Erd is currently not being managed or guarded. Yes, that is exactly what that would imply.
You stole the guard. It's like, hey, let's take Cerberus for a walk, and just no one's gonna guard Hades. Just leave it on open.
Yeah. Did that open the door? Did that unlock the door?
Oh no, you're going to the green place again. Oh no.
Unlimited knowledge is now freely available, according to TJ.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, the Well of Erd, like no one's watching it because Mimir is here with us in harm's way.
This is
Did Thor just eat it?
You're doing bad stuff. Yeah, what happened? He's gone. He's not. Oh, there. Wait, there he is.
You'll watch, like a
No, that
pillar's
was
gonna
the guy.
fall on him in a few seconds. But yeah, Baldur's Gate. Like I guess if it takes a bit of adjusting to the old style systems and rules, but I mean if you can adjust to that, and also the game length, like it is a like 60-hour game.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Baldur's Gate.
Baldur's Gate.
Yeah. So if you can adjust to that, then yeah, it's a good play. If you're looking, I would say if you want something from like the same era and in the same vein, I would say just play Planescape Torment.
Wait. Are you running towards something that is at the end of a hall, or are you running towards something that's moving away from... Okay, it was moving away.
It was moving away from me, yeah.
That was really weirdly animated.
Yeah, oh. All of a sudden, elves.
I feel like even the Golden Army or whatever Hellboy movie did a better job at like weird new version of elves and their armies than this game.
Oh yeah, I generally liked Hellboy too.
So when I say even did, I guess my implication is that like you don't necessarily need to mess with something that isn't broken, but they did a good job in like changing it and adding like mechanical stuff, whereas this didn't. It's not.
These are elves, is what you're saying.
Yes.
I don't. How would you even? Okay.
Yes.
So the whole game, like this is what we were talking about earlier. Is the whole game is a reinterpretation of Norse mythology as a what if Norse gods were actually just like cyber techno humans.
Which, okay, but you need to have some kind of recognizable elements, otherwise you just did a fine replace for your stupid cyberpunk game.
Yes. Correct.
It's like, I think elves, I think one of two things, either Lord of the Rings style tall people, or, you know, tiny little guys with like conical hats. This is, and, you know...
Right. Like there's certain aspects of the mythology of elves that are solid.
That you should maybe tie the mythology into known mythology a little bit better than just being like, okay, the green robots are elves.
Yeah. Are elves, exactly.
Oh, the short ones are goblins.
Yes.
How stupid of us. How could we have missed that?
Yeah. Yeah.
So we have an archangel here who is reviving us, I take it.
Yes, a Valkyrie.
Dojam13 asks, do elves figure into the canon of Ragnarok? Or yes, they do. I don't remember what happens to them, but so like there are elves and kind of the dark elves, which in the the Marvel series are like related to the Frost
Giants.
Giants. And then there are giants, and then there are some kind of more earthen creature, like a dwarf or a gnome or something. I don't remember the name for that in Norse mythology. I haven't brushed up on my short, squat Norse mythology people.
Okay.
Lingo.
Dumb question. What room are we in right now?
Yes. No one knows. That's not a dumb question. It's just an unanswerable one.
No. It's just like, what is the purpose of this room? We're obviously past the room now in the stream. But what is the purpose of the spinny room with beds on it? Like, you could go to sleep, or you could get dizzy and throw up. Your choice.
Were those beds?
Or
was it
like
just...
beds. Like,
I mean, they look kind of like beds. I thought it was just like a dead body.
I know, it was a dead body, but like it was like a rectangular slab with an area that could be implied to be a pillow, and I was just like, what? It spins.
It's the people fuge.
It's the 200th episode of Stargate. It's round. It's got to spin.
Porter Porter says the spinning room is just a large, weird massage parlor. Oh man, I couldn't sleep if I was constantly spinning in a circle. I no.
Dan, I'm
All
getting the
right.
distinct impression that you're kind of frustrated.
What? What?
I
Where would
heard
you be
loud,
getting that from?
Button tapping, so I was like,
Oh, that was on Crystal's end.
Oh, I'm tippity tapping into the chat room.
Yeah. All right. Oh, that's a light bridge. Okay. Hack the system.
hack the planet, Dan.
Wait, what?
I'm glad to see you. What happened when you fell? Fell from what?
And now you ascend
Thor?
to heaven.
What?
Waiting for you to leave sight.
Where did it? But it didn't take. Why am I just in another part of the ship and Thor's back? What?
That's what the spinning
No,
room is. We're in a time loop.
Yeah, I rewound time. I think. Wait, because this is the hallway again, but the thing didn't fall this time, or is Thor just back?
Time keeps on
Completely
slipping. We're calling a do-over on the universe.
Someone,
I have no idea
TJ,
what that
the
thing
patron saint of
did.
two humans, says the entire thing was in cyberspace.
Oh,
Wait. We were inside? What?
And that apparently Thor's alive.
so I'm just anticipating the end of this hallway is going to be a giant middle finger.
This is like, so I wanna make a video that's just Ben Affleck waking up from bad dreams, you know, like all of the times that he wakes up from bad dreams in Batman versus Superman. I just want to make this like extended montage that so Batman versus Superman, for those who haven't seen it, it has the most amazingly awful sequence ever where Bruce Wayne falls asleep at his desk and has a kind of nonsense dream about bug people attacking Earth and Superman being evil, and it's basically just Injustice 2 in movie form. And it's like, okay, whatever, that doesn't make any sense, who cares? And then he wakes up from it because it was all a nightmare, and you're like, alright, so that was meaningless and nobody should care. And then the Flash shows up and is like, yo man, you were right, it's Lois, you gotta something, Lois, you can't something understand me because the sound mix is totally awful. And then, oh no, I came too late. And then Bruce Wayne wakes up again at his desk.
Like there is a rhyme and reason when you do dream within a dream sequences, and Batman v Superman did it very, very
Did
poorly.
it just very poorly, very poorly.
It
And
was-
so
it was
I'm like,
bad
they
enough
needed
because-
to
Sorry, go
go
ahead.
just one more layer. They needed to just have him wake up one more time from another bad dream inside, like just one more layer of bad dream inside a bad dream, and it would have been
really
art.
complete the cycle.
Yeah, but so I wanted to take that. I've been meaning to just do this extended montage of just like everything, like the endless bad dream inside a bad dream.
Ask Tony Goldmark about that. He did a bit once in a Some Jerk with a Camera episode, which was a keep waking up from bad dreams thing that like went on, like, you know, one of those keep going until it becomes funny again kind of thing.
Yeah.
So you might have some
we-
clip ideas for that.
Hey, hopefully Thor can't tank her. Okay.
So, okay, if we were fighting the elves, what is the spider elf here?
Spider elf. She's a spider elf. That's
Oh.
exactly what she is. She's a spider elf.
Oh, well, of course, ask a stupid question. Yeah, that dream
You play
sequence in Batman v
you play
Superman.
stupid games, you get stupid rewards.
Oh, jeez. I like how that's for a short time there you were in first person because your smart camera really liked you being up against that wall.
I like this elf. Oh wait, no, I mind controlled her, and now all of my loot and my companions are stuck on the other side of this door.
That's smart.
Okay, well, I guess I'm going this way.
I don't know if you could hear that, but I'm clapping.
Oh, hey,
Oh,
Thor
you
found his way
can
through the
hear it?
door.
But yeah, that dream sequence of Batman v Superman. But I recall watching that and being utterly confused at first because they had just like the scene before had him talking about like him obtaining the kryptonite or something along those lines. And so like in the dream, he's going to this desert to obtain the kryptonite. I'm like, where the hell is he to do this? And it's like, wait, wasn't the kryptonite like somewhere else? And just like and thus when it was and then when Superman arrived and like the parademons show up, it's like, oh, okay, this is actually a dream.
Yeah.
Kind of poorly edited. And then like he wakes up and then the flash sequence. Okay, but obviously this is, you know, foreshadowing for like Darkseid related stuff. But like, why is this happening in a dream? Why is Flash in it? And if it is a dream, why does Flash show up in, you know, super high tech whatever thingy? Why is he having a dream within a dream involving a future thing that's gonna happen? Wait, what?
Yeah, my favorite part of it as a whole is Flash warning Batman about a thing that hasn't happened and doesn't happen in the movie that it's happening in, and as Flash is explaining this thing that isn't relevant to the movie you're watching, he realizes it isn't relevant to the movie you're watching, apologizes, and then leaves.
Dan, spend your skill points.
No.
But do it. We want
Oh, I
you
hit
to
level
beat the
19.
game
I hit level
faster.
19. I hit
Anything
level
that will
I
help
hit
that
level
happen
19,
is good.
which means that I have better equipment that I can put on now cuz I'm level 19 now. But I'm going to finish this fight.
Can we also take a minute to acknowledge this, like, part of the HUD that's the, like, the part of the UI that's the ammo is, like, not equally, like, divided?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, that
Like-
there's all of these divisions, but those divisions
First
are
of
not
all,
actually...
Yeah, the divisions don't really mean anything. Like, you can't look at it and have a pretty accurate idea. And also, it's in 7 parts. Like, wouldn't it just have been easier to make it 8 so that you could at least be like, oh, well, when 4 are gone, I'm halfway out of ammo. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not divided by percentile.
oh, it's bad. It's just, you know what this whole HUD of this reminds me of that, the designers designed the worst volume controls.
Oh yeah, that was a great
Like, everything about how this works and is completely non-intuitive reminds me of all of those. And honestly, some of those are intuitive, they're just not useful. So they're probably better than how this works.
Sorry, going back a second here. See, I don't mind that they included a bit that's foreshadowing, you know, future movie, because they're trying to do their, you know, their shared universe, you know, hinting of things that are going to happen. It's just,
It's
why
just
did
the
you need
worst,
to have
most
it be a
ham-handed
dream
way of
within a
doing it.
dream? Just have him be like if you're gonna have the Flash show up, have the Flash show
Yeah,
up
just have the Flash show up.
during the desert sequence, because it's already supposed to be like a premonition of the future.
No, just have the Flash show up. Like, literally just, it's like, remove the second wake up, and it's just like, okay, the Flash shows up, like, the Flash wakes him up out of this dream, and it's all kind of, like, weird and confusing. But also, if, like, it's not even that hard of a fix to just have it in some way be relevant to the movie that you're watching. Like the whole warning about like, it's like you were right about Lois, that if at some point Batman had grokked that it's like, oh, Superman is Clark Kent, he's dating Lois Lane, like this is clearly a trigger point for the man, you know, piecing together that it's like, all right, a warlord in Central Africa already figured out that like this is the way to bait Superman. Someone else is going to piece this together, and then have Batman being like, oh crap, all of this is just a distraction because Lex is kidnapping Lois as we speak, you know, but then that undercuts the fight. The thing is it's not hard to make work. It's just that the act of making it work undercuts the rest of the crap that they were doing.
I don't even mind, you know, a vision of the parademons in the desert and whatnot, because it plays up on his fears of Superman as actually some kind of dangerous, you know, take over the world type of person.
Yeah, like so that dream in and of itself, I'm actually okay with that one. Like that one's fine. It goes on a little long. It's a little out of place, but it looks cool and it's at least thematically relevant. That it's like, okay, you know, you already said it, but like Batman, Bruce is afraid that Superman, and actually rightly afraid that Superman's going to like go nuts and
take over the world.
You know, he's unstable, and if something goes wrong, like he's a very, very big, you know, weak point in all of this. The thing is that they then try to explain it afterwards. Like Flash shows up in a dream within a dream to explain the dream that you just watched in a way that actually makes it dumber.
Oh, and I almost forgot the other reason why the sequence was actually kind of dumb. He's knocked out in a dream. Where he's already asleep.
I don't care about that so much.
I mean, even for dream logic, that doesn't make any sense to me, and it's why that was one of the other reasons why I was so confused about why. Wait, this is a dream? Then how could he be knocked out? Because it seemed like a dream would just flow, like they would hold him, and then Superman would show up.
Yeah, like if you remove the like blow to the head thing, and it's just like, oh, he just gets dragged into this thing, and it cuts. Like it still cuts because, you know, movies, editing.
But anyway, we can talk
someone
about
who has been concussed, like struck violently upon the head, I can attest that you don't dream when that happens. Like you just lose time.
Yeah.
Like time disappears between the time you're hit and the time you like kind of realize you are now conscious again.
Yeah.
So Nathan Snyder is asking, why does Bruce trust a dream? But the thing is he doesn't trust a dream, or he kind of sort of doesn't. So the first dream with the parademons, like if you remove the premonition and sequel baiting aspects of it, and you just see it as like, it's like, okay, Bruce is scared of Superman because Superman,
there are like regular human soldiers there too.
Yeah, so Bruce is scared of Superman. If you just read it as that, it works fine. Like it's not him trusting it; it's his psyche coming to the forefront. I'm glad I'm just randomly playing with buttons, because the first time it's like, oh, I pushed the thing and there was nothing to really indicate that I needed to keep going. But so I ran all the way back, nothing happened. Like it wouldn't let me out, so I came back and
now
kept pushing buttons, and now apparently I needed to do 3 things. But so, and the second half of the dream, the part where it's like, where Barry shows up and is like, you were right, Lois is the problem, you gotta protect Lois, because otherwise otherwise Clark's gonna lose it. And it's like, what? Batman doesn't trust that because it never comes up. It's not relevant. And the weirdest thing is that it's not going to be relevant to future movies because I don't think they're actually going to end up going in that direction. Like, also, I mean, for one, Superman's already dead, so they're already going to do the
Are
like
you a
rebirth
fly?
of
Why
Superman.
is your camera looking like this?
Because it's bad.
Great. You know, that's the only explanation I need anymore for this game.
Yeah, like they're not gonna, I don't know, maybe they'll go that direction and they'll keep hammering away on that one plot point, on that one thing. It's like, oh, Lois is Superman's true weakness because he's a giant spoiled baby who doesn't know how to think about, you know, anything other than the shiny stuff that's in front of him. He is a child with zero perspective. Like maybe they'll keep going in that direction, but no one wants them to, and so if they don't, then the entire thing of Barry showing up and being like, "Oh, I'm too early to give you this warning because you don't actually know what's going on yet," will just get more and more bad.
I'm kind of I admit, you know, while this cinematic universe has been rough at best, I'm kind of curious what exactly the situation will arise out of all this that will require Flash to time travel in big weird suit thing.
Oh, that's just what his suit looks like now.
Well, I mean the robotic aspects of it, like the
yeah, that's what his Justice League suit looks like. You are free to be disappointed.
But I saw it, but there are pictures of him just in a red suit.
Yeah, that's for his movie. In Justice League, he's in this like robo suit. So in the Flash, and also
How do you know this? How do you know this?
So there's his textured suit, which is a little bit closer to the show suit, that you see in Suicide Squad, and it's going to be the suit that he wears in The Flash, 2019. But then there's also the
I'm. Why would you do that?
Yeah, then looking at his Justice League suit, it's not quite the same, but it's like already super robo. So it's the same. Yeah, so the like hyper robo suit is basically just their way of like, they might as well have just put an eye patch on him to indicate future.
Yeah, I'm looking. Okay, I'm seeing one that's, you know, kind of slightly armored. It's got like black aspects of it, but I recall like in Batman v Superman that there was like, you know, a bunch of technology around him. Yeah,
Yeah, it is more robotic. Like there is, you're not imagining things, but it's his time travel suit. It's his future suit, because
I don't understand.
I mean, I see a red and black, you know, slightly more armored suit. It's not great. It's over designed and over.
Oh, it's way over designed. Yeah,
but it's not terrible. But yeah, but then Batman v Superman, I see like a still shot of that, and it's what?
Because it's aesthetically following the same line of logic that you have within Batman v Superman itself, where you see Batman in his regular suit and then you see him in the like mech suit. And so it's the same. Barry's suit in Batman v Superman is a reference to Batman's mech suit, and it's a reference that doesn't make any goddamn sense because they don't give you the other reference point of Barry's just regular latex suit, which doesn't exist
Hey-
because his actual normal suit in this world
Dan.
is like grossly overdesigned armor. It's
Hey,
it's not good.
Dan,
What's up?
Dan, it's 11:30. Do you want to show us your beautiful face and begin the chat about letting go of this horrible game?
It's only 9:30 my time. It's only 9:30 my time. We gotta be. Oh, I gotta.
No, you're not
Increases
gonna
ammunition capacity for all guns.
I see
But
this.
you won't.
There's this
But
image
you're
of like
not.
of like a suit next to the stupid uber armored form of Cyborg. Is that the other Flash suit?
All right, I need to go. I'll need to go dig.
1 second.
Why don't
In the
you-
meantime, I need
could-
to.
You could stop the game and show us your face and show us pictures of the suit.
I don't want to.
Where's the Google Hangout chat? I'll post it in there. If I can
I need
find
to-
it. Where the hell is it?
I need to fight these trolls.
I don't think you're good, but you're not. But that's bad. I think.
It's
I
a
think
troll.
you- I
This
think
troll's
you
name
should
is
let
Cold
this one
Reality.
go.
Okay, I posted a picture of this in the Google Hangout chat. And the reason I'm confused about this is mostly because it's like, why would you have this as an alternate suit, especially in this image, which puts it right side by side with Cyborg suit, where you now have two gray guys
Yeah.
who look
yeah.
almost identical as a result of that.
The reason is that the aesthetics of Batman versus Superman are awful.
In a movie that is already very, very gray. The joke that I have constantly made about these movies was, man, I wish this was in color. Although one of the funny things is when I saw Wonder Woman, I didn't do an official vlog on it, but it was a great movie, by the way. It was fantastic. I loved it. But the funny thing is that like the sequence where Ares is like trying to convince Diana to get rid of humanity and showing how beautiful and peaceful the world is, and it's like full bright colors. I'm just like, wow, Ares has kind of got a point.
Okay,
Remember color.
We've fallen into something that I need to make a comment on, and it is spoiler free. But when they do the flashback in Wonder Woman to like Ares back in the day, I'm really sorry, but they really should have made him shave that damn mustache.
I know.
I am not. It was so distracting. Not only does it not look Greco-Roman at all, but it looks even freakier underneath that. Like they could have they had to change the helm and the opening, or he's got to shave that thing because
Look.
that was just the poorest decision ever. That whole film.
He was
the
going
poorest.
through a phase.
No, he's been going through the same phase for for not even centuries,
Thousands of years.
for thousands of years. No. That stash needed to go. Like, I get that he had it in the modern day. I would have accepted it, even though I wouldn't have been happy with it.
Why didn't you
But
just
when
have a
they showed the
different actor?
flashback, and he still had that same mustache,
Yeah.
I don't care if it's in the contract. You CG that bitch off of that face.
Why couldn't they just have a different actor playing him? Like he was just assuming the form of like the prime minister or whatever.
I don't know. I don't know. It was... I could not stop staring in horror. I was like, no, this can't be what they decided to go with. Like, it might have been in his contract that they couldn't make him shave, but they should have figured out something else to do.
Suddenly I'm thinking of the Team 4-Star song Mustache.
No.
Mustache.
It was all terrible.
Oh no, I don't deny it. It was terrible. But if that's our biggest complaint about the movie, I'm so happy that that's our biggest.
Oh, I actually have plenty of complaints about it, but that is just one in which I'm just, it's not like a legit complaint as far as like, you know, cinematography or anything. It was just dumb. It was just a bad decision.
Yeah.
It was just bad. I was so disturbed. I was so upset. It was offensive to me. Oh, that damn mustache.
Okay, now I'm thinking of there's an episode of News Radio where Andy Dick was was one of the main characters on it, and his character grew a mustache very much like that. Now I think about it, and like he did it theoretically to be more sexy, and of course every woman who saw it just like slapped him or like spit water on him upon seeing it or something like that.
No, it's so bad. Like, I would have kicked him out of Mount Olympus too. If he was walking around like that. I'd have been like, no, I'm sorry. I know you're trying to convince me that
Men are
like,
necessary for procreation, but not pleasure. I mean, look at him, clearly.
Look at that
Re
stat.
ipsa locutor. The thing speaks for itself.
like I just no.
So what are your other complaints about Wonder Woman?
Oh, God. My biggest overall general complaint is that it was so much too little too late as far as I'm concerned. And no matter what they did with it, like it could have been absolutely 100% a perfect movie with nothing you could find wrong with it. And it still would not have been able to live up to the hype and expectation of being like, of bearing the entire load of being the first major female-led new superhero movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just so... It just... Like, the expectations that people had for it, in their mind, they were gonna automatically hype it up for themselves. And I think that's warranted. That's reasonable. But also, like, we shouldn't go easy on it just because it managed to be these other good things. Like, I think we can accept it as being really good for what it is, but also we should still look at it a little more critically.
Oh, sure. And I
think too many people were willing to overlook a lot of things in it.
Because it didn't suck.
Just
It's
because
like,
yeah, exactly. Just because it didn't suck, like, really, is that our bar? Like, we need to we can be happy that we got it and happy that it did all it did, and still be able to admit that there were things like a lot of the romantic portion of the story was just like so unnecessary as far as I was concerned. I think there's plenty of other ways to show Diana that love is a redeeming quality of humanity. Like, just alone watching the other couples in the film, like the older couples dancing when they rescued the town, and like there's other ways to show her the redeeming qualities of humanity rather than like sticking the romance story in. On top of, like, they so easily could have made her and new Chris Steve be a really great friendship. Even they could have kept even, sexual tension, because going through like traumatic events with people does make you consider that possibility. Like, are these feelings I have for you romantic, or is it because of all the like stress we're going through together? I just I was disappointed with how they handled that portion of the story was like my biggest complaint, other than the fact that so many people were willing to just like, oh, it didn't suck, so it was perfect, it was great, it's the best intro female superhero movie ever. And it's like, no, like we should seriously take a look at it. Like, I don't think it was a bad film by any means, but and I had a ton of fun watching it. But I don't think we should let it off the hook. And I think a lot of people were willing to do so, which kind of irritated me in general.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And as, you know, and a lot of my other complaints with it. Oh, au revoir, Gonzalo Del Peon is leaving. Saying bye to someone in chat. The other thing is all of the controversy isn't the right word, but just the fact that there was like complete lack of marketing for the film was like, okay, why is that? That's pretty crappy.
I've seen marketing. I can't remember who wrote up. There was this great long bit of Twitter posting about it. The problem being not that there wasn't marketing. There was plenty of marketing. It's that it was garbage marketing. That they didn't know how to market the film properly. Along with
it was not well marketed, and it was
right.
Especially.
Well,
I mean, I
like,
think in particular
think
is the comparison,
how
like the
many
sheer
movies
saturation.
Yeah. Think of how many movies, superhero movies, Transformer movies, blockbuster action movies that are led up to with just you cannot fucking look out your front door without being inundated with shit. And there was almost nothing. The trailer wasn't out forever. I didn't even know that Robin Wright was in it until someone like posted on Twitter pictures that they finally put up the coming soon like teaser posters from their theater. EPC Productions, we were talking about the new Wonder Woman movie. Dan doesn't believe in spoilers, so you know, I'll do my best, but I can't speak for Dan. If you still haven't seen it yet. I also felt irritated on some level that like I was obligated to go see it in theaters. Like there's no way I could have lived with myself not voting with my dollars.
I actually wasn't originally going to go see it just because, you know, I didn't see Suicide Squad, and I unfortunately saw Batman v Superman. I'm just happy that I managed to do it with like 3 other people, so it made it for a very interesting vlog afterwards. But in the case of Wonder Woman, just the sheer amount of people who were so positive about it, you know, convinced me to go.
Right.
And I'm very happy I did.
Yeah, no, it was a great time, and I saw it with a good upbeat audience. I didn't go to like the premiere or anything, but I did see it that opening weekend with an excited audience and a couple younger kids who, you know, faith in humanity meter refills.
Yeah. You know, and you know, say what you will about the movie, and and you know, these kids are probably going to grow up to be, you know, more critical of it, just like we're, you know, older and more critical of the stuff we loved when we were younger.
Of all the stuff you grow up with, exactly.
Are we?
But I'm so happy that they have that like, especially little girls have you know, a movie like this.
Me too. I do think one thing I will say for it is that as cheesy as it was at times, and even more so that it could have been, it really did, and I've seen a lot of people talk about this, it really did do a good job at like being really sincere without being like overly, like, it's really hard in being a dweeb, but it's really hard in like a postmodernist sort of narrative world to write something that's like not tongue-in-cheek hopeful. And they really did a pretty good job at creating Wonder Woman as a character who sort of, I don't want to say unabashedly, but didn't have many qualms with just being like, they've created this foil naivete to allow her to be kind of an actual, just hopeful, positively, like, looking forward character.
Yeah.
And with all these super, super gritty reboots of things and stuff, I think that was a really cool take on the modern superhero genre, at least in that strain.
What does kind of confuse me is, and one of the things that made me think that it was going to be bad was mostly because of Batman v Superman, because they had decided to set, because we basically saw Diana as she was later on, and in this case it was in Batman v Superman, where she is much more cynical and she no longer wants to try to bother to help humanity. And I figured, oh, it's because of World War One, because as while of course we are not there's not exactly a you could be argued that World War II was the good guys versus bad guys war, even though, of course, you can look at it, terrible things happen with
the
everybody.
myth of the righteous war.
Yeah.
Right.
But in the end, it was still a war that you get the impression of, the Nazis were awful, had to be stopped, etc., etc. So you can see Captain America emerging from that and wanting to stop something evil. World War One, there is no good thing about World War One. It didn't start out for noble reasons. It was not a war that, the entire reason no one wanted to get involved in World War II was because of World War One.
Well, I mean, there's a really fascinating thing in culture about World War One, how it really was the last war of the old system, and that we don't. Part of the reason why we don't talk about it is because it seems so oblique and so far removed from our experience of the world that it was the last war of kings.
It straddles, it started and had many of those tie-over aspects of the old style of war.
Yeah.
But we were first starting to mix that with modern weapons and new creations of horrifying weapons. It really did usher in an entirely new era. I mean, that is, I know you guys know this, but I'll say it for other people who might be listening in or whatever, that is the beginning of an entire new movement in literature and art and all this, just the horrors of war actually being horrors and not just everyone went off to that war with those same ideas of honor and that's what made you a man and all these concepts, and then going through it and all of the crap that went down throughout it just changed everybody's views of what war was really like.
And therein lies the kind of the point I was making is it makes sense then if they were going to have 1D, if they were going to have 1D be cynical about the world, then World War One is the place you put her into, and that's kind of one of the things that kind of left me kind of tilting my head at the end of Wonder Woman, because she emerged from that still fairly hopeful at the end of that, and yeah. So, okay, did she then go through World War II and get...
What between that point and the other movie happens that
years.
Makes her change? And to be honest, it's likely that nobody gave a crap of figuring that out either yet because they want to make more movies, or just at all because they gave that character to just two completely different concepts of movie. Her that first appearance in the BVS or whatever is a gritty reboot style movie, and then when they gave her a standalone, they didn't write it in that particular style. So it's almost very comic book like, to be honest, giving two different arcs of a character to two different artists and writing styles, and someone in the middle is going to have to find a way to bridge that gap, I think. But I doubt that's something they considered the kind of ramifications of. Okay, we're going to throw her in gritty reboot, which is the, de rigueur of modern superhero movies, and we're going to write her to fit that style. And then when she got her standalone, the writer/writers of that were well, let's try and make this, uniquely Wonder Woman-y.
Yeah.
and ended up not doing that, you know, kind of breaking the gritty reboot pace and kind of tropes. And now someone's gonna have to figure out how to make that work.
I suppose a lot can happen in 100 years, but still.
Mm-hmm. All right, sir. It is 11:48 here. So
Just grinding away. Apparently,
you're gonna lose me soon on this particular week.
I'm apparently not too far from the end of the game.
Yeah.
Cybernetic Syndicalist, the question is, what do you mean by war changing? Are you talking about the tools and tactics or reason justifications? The former changed a lot, later not too much.
Both.
Both, yeah.
So at the root, the reasons behind war certainly didn't change after World War I, but the framing of war definitely changed.
The overall reasons of why we go to war is not what I meant by reasons. I mean more the reasons why people would sign up to fight in a war on an individual level or be encouraged to within their communities. Those reasons have greatly changed.
The social concepts and pressure of World War I is like it is a conversation all of its own. We were talking earlier about how World War I sort of exists at this crossroad that like everything kind of changed, and it's true in so many ways because World War I was a war that was fought by systems that then ended themselves through the war. If that makes any sense at all. So it's like it was. I said this a while ago, but like it was like the last war of kings. You know, that it was kingdoms and empires who were going to war and, you know, started it, and very, very few of them came out the other side. Like, lots of them ceased existing as a result of the war.
Mm-hmm.
And so in a lot of ways, and as a result of that, everything about World War I ends up feeling very alien and removed from our current concept of the world, because it is a relic of kind of the past version of the world. It is what happened, you know, before us, before our systems, before our, you know, way of doing things, before our forms of government became like the cultural default. You know, the cultural default of World War I was empires.
Mm-hmm.
And
the whole thing started because of an assassination of royalty.
Yeah, and that ended with the war.
Yep. So, TJ, the patron saint of two humans, says that you are about, to their memory, about halfway through this level, and there is another level after this where you invade hell. So, you got that.
And the last level becomes a bit of a slog. Gee.
Yep. Lewis, I'm abandoning you to accompany Dan through hell. I'll see him on the other side next week.
No, I might wrap this up in about 8 minutes here.
Okay, I'll stick around if you think you can wrap it up near to midnight.
Well, okay, because here's the thing, is the sort of realization that there's, you know, not
another
just some left.
Yeah,
another level and a half.
And
it's like, all right. And it's a slog. It's like, okay, well, it's not just like one more level. It's not just like, all right, well, if we keep going, we'll be going until like midnight my time. It's like, if we keep going, we'll be going until like 1 a.m. my time. Like, there's probably another 3 hours left. Yeah. So the question then is...
No. Is the question, do you want to finish it next week? My answer is no.
So you're saying that if we want 2 Human to be done, then we're gonna have to work in like a bonus stream. Or I shouldn't say we. I'm not going to implicitly rope you into this. But I should
I am okay
work
with
in a bonus
2
stream.
weeks. I'm okay with 2 weeks of the same bad game. I'm not okay with 3. I will only do 3 of the same game if it's a genuinely good game or we're laughing really hard at it.
Are you saying we are not sufficiently jovial?
Oh no, we are, but there's just not enough variation or things to like rip on specifically in the game that make it entertaining to pull me through into a 3rd week for this game specifically. Because all the stuff we're saying we could also be talking about over any of the terrible games you've lined up for us.
You know what Norse gods, or what I always felt that Norse mythology was missing? Guns.
So many guns.
Let them eat gun.
I'm dying.
You know, just like, you know, an entire mythology built around like cool weapons with unique names and like, you know, magic powers controlling the weather and stuff like that, and all that fun stuff.
And also guns.
Also guns. That's
Clearly, it's the natural translation of it.
and
that is
boring
like
ass power armor. I've always felt that like Freya should have you know worn power armor with a big...
She should have dressed like the rejected scraps of Destiny.
Dan, you know what I would do?
Fight
Is
range tank
next-
Herald of the Red Mist.
No, is if next week you were to tape down the trigger of the controller and make this the screen in your screen, and we just did like some Q&A while the game beat itself. I'd allow that.
That might actually be a like great idea.
I'd be okay with that.
Elite Warrior of the Aesir. We got an achievement.
You did it. You
We
did
did it.
good.
Herald of the Red Mist.
Dante Satan Jiggly Dick Physics 10 out of 10. Yes, Devil Dong. There's a reason why Devil Dong was awful and yet still sits so high in the pile. And I'm thinking of re-ranking the pile. Oh god, another troll.
Why did they think this would be a major franchise? Like they would get multiple games out of this because it's just...
Because people
They barely got
because
a
people
game
are
out of it.
delusional about their babies. Like, this is a prime example of kill your darling.
Yeah.
Like, this game should have just been scrapped, and they took what good was left and like start at the drawing board with like a few base things that were salvageable.
Because I could see like the concept of a cyberpunk, you know, Norse mythology, but it's just so dull to look at. It's so boring. It's completely indistinguishable from a dozen other games just like this.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is what happens when this game is the equivalent of like when a startup person's like, it's like Zillow but for dogs.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
like this game is like, it's like Diablo but for console. Like, okay. Like, it's
Yeah, but
Chipotle,
Diablo is fun.
but barbecue, not Mexican. Like
one of the things that I love about about both Diablo and Diablo 2, and to a lesser degree actually still Diablo 3, is, you know, colorful, unique environments to go through and colorful and unique monsters that I have to kill, and you know, and how my character kind of starts looking different as I get new armor and weapon upgrades. This is just some dude in black and a green helmet facing off against completely indistinct, you know, frickin' Michael Bay Transformers.
But I've got
All of
gear
the-
that I
all of
pick
the
up,
spiders.
and there's all this
No.
all
Dan,
this gear
no,
that
no, Dan, no.
it's like Diablo
no.
because there's randomized
Dan, no.
gear.
Yeah, but is it like called the King's Axe of Haste or something?
Oh, it absolutely is. Oh, have you not seen? Have you not seen? Here, let's go look at my stupid gear. Let's go look. Let's go enjoy this. Let's soak it in. Let's just drink it in.
I was waiting
Oh, we
for
got
the
a
screen to catch
silver
up.
assault cannon of dexterity. We've got a silver mass cannon of explosion. A silver assault cannon of dexterity. A silver mass cannon of rooting. Silver hybrid cannon of booming call. Silver hybrid cannon of speed loading.
But they're
silver
all the same.
beam cannon of havoc. Silver beam cannon of farsight.
Dan, I'm looking at this screen.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not seeing them looking different.
I am wearing a pure enforcer grim helm of impact.
But it looks the same.
We got a silver lamellar breastplate of slowing.
Hey, Dan.
It's
Hey,
like,
Dan.
oh,
Dan.
oh,
Dan.
that gets you hard.
It looks
Yeah,
the
doesn't
same.
it? That's
Dan.
your loot. That's your that
It's exactly
that
the same.
tickles your amygdala.
Dan, I need you to just listen to me now, Dan. It's gonna be okay, Dan.
It really
It's all gonna be
gets that dopamine flowing,
just-
that loot
I just want you to-
instinct.
Just why don't you just pause the game. Just give it a little pause button. Just hit the pause.
Because
And then, just
in
make
Diablo,
it a small.
in
make it a
Diablo, the
small
various
screen.
weapons look different.
Make it just a little screen. Just show everybody your happy face.
I
Just
mean,
come back to us, Dan.
sure, there's like standard images for like types of weapons, but like they can have different colors and they look different when you have like a different types of things, like a wand versus a short staff versus etc.
I get to
looks
pick
different.
between a sword and 8 different kind of hammers, none of which actually look like hammers.
Dan, you don't need to pick because we're gonna stop the game. We're gonna let it go. We're just gonna release the string of this balloon
Okay,
and
Cybernetic
let it
Syndicalist.
float away into the atmosphere.
Cybernetic Syndicalist says the armor doesn't appear unless you hit a preview button or put it on. That's why it looked the same. Okay, I get a feeling though it's probably not gonna look that different anyway.
Some of the shoulders are bigger than some of the others, and occasionally they're brown or green instead of black.
Like
Or
again,
they
in
could be
Diablo,
gray,
sometimes the armor is like
or-
gold or white
or-
It's midnight. Happy 4th of July, American citizens.
Burnt umber, adobe, brown,
like you get different hats,
bark.
like crowns and helmets, and they look all different. And you
Oh,
can, like,
some of my helmets look like bike helmets, and others look like motorcycle helmets,
those
and
are the
others
same
look
thing.
like a Daft
Yeah.
Punk helmet, and
Dan,
some of them look like that other guy from Daft Punk's helmet.
Dan, I'm so
Dan,
sorry.
Let's just let it go, Dan.
So sorry.
I just need to get to the other side of this.
No, everybody's worried about you. We just want to see you. You can keep playing. Just make this screen small and just sit in front of the camera so we can see you. We just
Dan,
want
I'm
to know
so
you're
sorry,
okay.
man. It's actually
The
kind of
Valkyries are coming for me. Here she comes. There's the light.
Come,
Down she
people are-
comes.
People are asking.
Dan, I'm sticking with the Diablo thing. That's not the Valkyrie. That's Tyrael. That's Tyrael telling you to play a different game, Dan.
Wait, where was my... There we go. All right.
Dan,
I'm
just
here.
pause-
I'm
pause
back.
the- Dan, just
I'm
pause the game.
back.
No,
I'm back.
it's okay now.
How's-
We can see his face and it's picture in picture.
Mm.
It's okay, Dan.
Dan,
I can't actually tell you how the combo system works. Like I keep
Damn.
gaining combo points seemingly at random.
except Dan, oh, there's your face. Okay, Dan, we're gonna let it go, Dan. We're gonna let it go. We're gonna agree that this is, it's okay to just put this one down. I'm concerned for you.
Sorry, I'm on a Diablo kick now. You know, it's really weird going back from Diablo 2 to Diablo
Lewis,
1.
you're not helping.
No, it really is, because, like, it's really slow now.
Dan, you said you were gonna end it in 8 minutes, and
I-
just kind of
I
let
did.
it. Just turn it off. Just hold
I'm
down
stuck
the
in this
Xbox
eternal
button and
fight.
hit shut down console.
I'm
Dan,
stuck in this eternal fight.
just
It
run
is.
past them,
It
Dan.
truly. It true.
The
I am.
game-
I
the
see
game
it.
won't let
I
you
see.
die.
I see what Denis Dyack meant. He wanted to recreate the feeling of the eternal war between the Asgardians and the
like,
Frost
"Wow,
Giants.
what do you want, Dan?"
He wanted
Dan.
us to know what futility felt like.
Dan, just run
What
past
You're
them.
seeing
eternal
metaphors
war
and meaning
really
in
meant.
Too human.
Just
You-
run past them, Dan.
You are.
He wanted us to know the
Dad.
pain of being an undying being locked in mortal grapple with an endless enemy.
Dan, you could just run past them.
Dan,
He
just turn it off.
to engage with an opponent that you could neither kill nor escape from.
Dan, the way to win then is to surrender.
Just turn it off. The only way to win is to not play the game.
This hallway.
Shut it down.
Run past them. It's a hallway. Ignore the enemies. Just run past them
No,
to
you
the next room,
can't.
Dan.
But
Just
that's
run
the thing,
past
you
them.
can't.
Don't
It
run.
doesn't work. You
Don't
try
run.
it.
Just don't
You
run.
try
it.
Just shut
but
Just
but you
hold
can't. You try to run past them,
top of
and
that
they just keep
controller.
up with you.
Just reach up to the top and hold down that button and just select, shut down console. You can do it.
We just repeat
do
it.
it.
We walk up to the robots, and we knock them in. No, we can't knock
Oh
that
damn,
one.
where's Amy Cat?
Where is it?
Yeah,
she's
where'd
probably
Amy Cat go?
upstairs.
Where's she hiding?
She's hiding upstairs.
Oh, you should go show her. Everybody's asking for Amy Cam.
Look at this. Look, the elves. They're almost dead. I think.
Dan,
Dan, you should show everybody Amy.
Dan, you should go to your happy place.
Dan, you should show everybody Amy. Oh, hi, Mom.
Dan, you are the two human.
This hallway is all there is. This is eternity.
It's Final Fantasy 13.
There is only hallway. Oh look, the path branches, I think. Does it?
Dan, the patron
Is this
saint
a loading
said it's
hallway?
Okay to stop.
There we go.
TJ
There we go.
says-
I hit a loading brush.
TJ says, don't become him. Let it go and stop now. I'm sorry, TJ's a they. My bad. TJ says, let it go, Dan.
I finally hit a loading brush.
You did it. You did it so good. Now just turn it off. Save it and turn it off.
You can pause it now, Dan.
You can
You
do
did
it.
good.
You did it. You did so good.
The hallway is human. It's too human, Dan. It's too human. It's the twoest human. So was there a two human too?
No. No, there wasn't, and there will never be. Denis
it
Dyack
off,
thinks
Dan.
there will be. Denis Dyack is convinced that there will be a 2 Human 2 and a 2 Human 3, and there never will be. It is a doomed franchise, and he is still trying to make it.
Is he gonna crowdfund it?
Daniel, I'm just gonna hang up on you.
You're just gonna go. Everyone's gonna abandon me because Two Human has just
so we can
driven.
do a wrap up
Has
chat.
just.
What about
we're-
we need to talk about Idea Channel leaving us?
Oh,
and I need you to just put the game down so we can talk about it.
And Amy just instantly jumped over my shoulders.
Oh,
Amy-
let's show everybody.
Aw.
Let's
Amy.
try again.
Look at
Hey, come
Amy.
on. Come on. Come on.
See, Amy knew you needed help.
Here we go. Here we
Amy
go.
knew.
Scritches.
She responded to the call of her human.
Also, if he makes a second game, will it be called Two Human?
The twoest human.
He couldn't make crowdfunding work before.
Ah. It's almost like no one gives a crap.
I actually had a serious thing that I was going to say somewhere in there, and I'm trying to remember what it was and what it was related to. I mean, I feel like it was at least on the subject of Two Human or related. Oh, one of the things that so I think this is actually in the description. Yes, I put it in the description. Denis Dyack is admirable in a way for his single-minded devotion to terrible ideas. And I feel like that is a good summary of Two Human. So I want to see how it ends. I want to know where this is going, but the problem there is I have such a thin grasp of the plot as it exists at this point that I could get to the end and it's not going to mean anything because I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, even if it's some wonderfully climactic scene, like,
Well,
none of the characters have any meaning for you.
Well, we're playing
Including
Balder,
yourself.
so yeah, we're playing Balder, so we can assume that he's going to die. Either we can assume he's going to die probably at the end of this game. I wouldn't be surprised if he dies at the end of this game. Maybe that was just the plan for like the end of 2, the end of 3, or wait, or is he already dead? But he's back. Isn't that wait? Yeah, that's how the game began. Was with Balder's resurrection.
Okay, so we're saying this is the bottom of the stack of shame, aren't we?
It's headed there. It's headed there.
I'm gonna.
So who is the guy on the cover?
He's already dead. That's us. That's
you. That's
Balder. You can tell because of his distinct blue glowy face lines.
Which it looks so much like that in the game.
It looks worse.
So Dan, to break you away from Two Human, would you like to tell us more about Book of Henry?
Oh man, Book of Henry. I don't have a whole lot of Book of Henry left on the tip of my brain. I've said so much about it in the past, and I haven't gotten myself back into Book of Henry like mind mode. I don't even know. It is a good point to wrap things up here. So I think I will. I don't. Do we have any wrap up things that we want to talk about real quick?
Crystal was mentioning Idea Channel.
Idea Channel. Yeah, Mike is ending Idea Channel, which is sad. I mean, it's sad to see Idea Channel go. It was a great format. It was a great show. They had a great run, a really consistent run. Watching them consistently pushed me to do things better. And there's definitely a lot of ideas that I have either lifted from Idea Channel, like show ideas and structural ideas and approaches and language that I've either lifted from Idea Channel or have told myself to lift from Idea Channel. So I'm a little sad to see them go off air, but I am very interested in seeing what Mike does next, and we talk a good bit, and we're in touch. So I'm sure I'm gonna be aware of whatever that is, and it'll hopefully be pretty cool. It'll be pretty cool. It'll be amazing.
Hopefully, it'll be.
I don't even have to be hopeful. Mike is way better at everything than me, so yeah. So it'll definitely be rad, and I'm definitely going to have to pillage it for ideas.
You have to now like grow to fill those shoes, though.
I
Like,
do.
You have to carry the torch.
I do feel this compulsion to carry the torch, to try to carry the torch, or to up my game. That it's like, okay, in a world minus Idea Channel, everyone who shares a common lineage with Idea Channel needs to take it up a notch and fill that gap. Because it is definitely a gap that will be felt in the online EDU spaces. So at least until Mike's next project comes about. But that in and of itself kind of has this assumption that Mike's next project will be online. That it will be, YouTube, or that it will be in this vector, in this methodology. And that's not necessarily true. I don't know what he's got planned, but it might not be online. It might not be in front of the camera. It might be, he might be going into, like, focusing on writing. He might be focusing on live stuff, and only doing online stuff kind of incidentally or by invite. In smaller bursts, like the crash course, stuff. I don't know. But it'll be cool to see regardless. Hopefully it'll be online, but that's a little bit selfish because I think that online needs his voice. Yeah. So that's kind of what I have to say about that.
Well, that was good final thoughts. Oh, you just playing on the desk?
Yeah.
Are we ready?
Yes, I am.
Are we ready to say au revoir?
I think we are. We've got Amy. Amy came back to bite my hand. She's attacking that hand. Attacking that hand. All right, everybody. Take care. Thanks for coming out. SGDQ is this week. Go watch it. And if you got a couple bucks, donate. Médecins Sans Frontières is a great charity and is not corrupt. So they do good stuff, and they don't siphon the money off into a giant black hole wherein it vanishes. And GDQ is a great time to watch some really, really cool, unique forms of gameplay in games that you maybe haven't seen in that context. So yeah, that's going to be it, and we'll sign out for this week. Take care and good night.